It's your time. No! Can you do this? He gets another. One more. The DBS under. Where are your shots?
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League North America Fall Split Phase 3, the final day of Phase 3 before we head into the finals. And boy, I cannot wait to see which are the top 16 teams that are going to be heading into the finals. Before we even get into all that, special shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. And if you guys have any guesses at home, make sure you use the hashtag PMPLNA on social media, because I want to see what are your predictions out there, because we've been playing a prediction game. Tute actually ended up winning the prediction game for the past for this past phase, and Cameron was the last person. So we actually had something set up. We said whoever won the prediction game would choose a punishment for the loser. And since Cameron did end up losing, we're gonna have a special treat for you, ladies and gentlemen, and it's none other than Cammy DMC.
I want to make this very clear to everyone. Unlike other times that a commentator has rapped live on broadcast, this is a punishment. This is done under duress. With all that being said, let's go. All right. The MVP race is getting scary. The list of names is getting very long and quite confusing. Gotta pop up, shut down, get your team cruising. Search your bag, try to find a trick. If that's empty, find something to remix. Vakendi's getting snowy. Need to burn across bridges faster than Joey. Bring the gold, make it 24K. Butterflies in the cloudy sky, and it's time to play. As fast as F1, as strategic as chess. PUBG Mobile isn't where you'll find any kindness. Watch your back, don't get thirst, and don't stop climbing until you're in GK first. Mic drop.
Yo, that was absolutely awesome. Let's freaking go, baby. Oh, dude, if we can put some like PUBG Mobile Esports beats behind it, maybe get featured by Alan Walker, we can definitely see that rap right there in the PMGC Grand Finals. I'm just saying, I'm just putting that out there. But you know what? Hey, yo, that was actually pretty awesome, Cam, before we start breaking down the day. Now,
you catch all the names? You catch all the names in there? I know I didn't make it subtle, but
hey, it was good. It was good. All right. I loved it. I was getting hyped too. I was bumping my head. I was like, I wish we were at a studio right now. Like you were mentioning, I would have been the hype man. I would have been the hype man.
Yeah.
Hands down.
We
I would have been popping Monster
that
Energies all over the place. Bottle service. What? Monster Energy service, baby.
Right?
Nonetheless, let's just dive straight.
Oh my
let's
God,
dive straight into it. You're picturing it, huh? You're picturing it?
I can picture the big cans with the sparklers stuck at the top. Monster Energy.
With Jason just walking in. Yeah. You know what? Yo, let's get straight into it because as I was mentioning, we are going to be deciding today. We are not going to be deciding. The teams are going to be deciding on how they're going to be playing today because we're going to be finding out who's going to be the top 16 teams. So let's jump straight into the season overall. And this is for all the phases. Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3, all of those combined. And as you guys are probably going to know, I mean, N-Hyper, just doing N-Hyper things right now with 651 points. Keep in mind, though, something that we do need to mention in regards to this general overall is that there will be bonus points awarded for the top 9 team, I believe it is. So these teams are going to be fighting for some extra points, and those bonus points will come into effect once we get to the finals because they will be starting with the bonus points that they have gotten throughout all the phases. Now, this is all cool and all, but I actually just want to go straight into that second page, if that's okay, unless you want to talk about any of these teams right here, Ken.
No, I mean, not really. N-Hyper, huge lead. YKG, their comeback yesterday and the day before that kept them over Extreme Slayer. So when it comes to, like, they're already going to be qualified here, right? But when it comes to those bonus points that you're talking about, you know, 1 or 2 could make or break. But yeah, let's go down to that second page, though, because today, the most important part is going to be the teams that are fighting to get into 16th place. Ladies and gentlemen, it has gotten really, really tight. Butterfly Effect and BULUC both have overtaken K19. As of now, only Butterfly Effect is currently qualified beyond, like, you know, besides BULUC CHABTAN. But Excuse have also sort of been dragged down into the mix. So it's those 4 teams, 15th through 18th place, that are going to be the most, they're going to have the most important games to play today.
Yeah, and I mean, you mentioned it, Excuse. At one point, we're like, all right, you know what? Excuse doesn't even have to worry about it because of the way that some of those teams were performing before we got, I feel like, to this phase, to the later days of this phase when Butterfly Effect started popping off and BULUC CHABTAN all of a sudden we're like, hey, Butterfly Effect, it's not just you. We're also trying to get to the top 16. So you know what? Let's start off the day yesterday by just doing that back-to-back chicken dinner. K9 team, though, it's a team that I feel like it has completely fallen off. And you know what? Let's move along. I actually want to look at the graphic that we have of Excuse, Butterfly Effect, BULUC CHABTAN, and K19 because we have an amazing graphic that kind of shows how many points they have gotten throughout the average point per game that they've gotten throughout this phase every single day. And you can kind of see what we're alluding to. Butterfly Effect, amazing performance. BULUC too. And then the K19 drop down. That's not you don't want to see that.
Yeah, so like Excuse have a good sort of consistent points grab that they've been going for. They've been really consistent this entire time. I imagine we'll see that points per games extended across this entire season if we were to extend this graphic that further. But, you know, either way, still only looking at this phase, Excuse are looking really consistent. K19 with that drop off though. I don't know if it's
Yes.
I imagine it's got to be because the pressure is getting to them, or maybe it's because you have teams like Butterfly and BULUC who are suddenly performing very, very well. That's impeding on the performance and the points that K19 are able to grab. But either way, this is K19's last shot. This is their last chance. In the same way that Butterfly and BULUC, we imagine a lot of their performance just came down to the fact that, like, guys, this is it. We're on the 11th hour. We have to make a surge now. We'll see if K19 can do the same thing here, because they're not so far away that they can't retrieve that 16th place finish, but they just need to, they only have 4 games to do it.
Yeah, and I'm going to be actually deep diving a little bit here with Butterfly Effect Esports, because the performance in the last 2 days has just been insane to me. I did not expect it. I mean, after the performance on day 3, I think I was even mentioning coming into yesterday, I was like, okay, if Cloudy, which ended up getting 12 elims in day 3, didn't perform, I thought it was going to be all over for this team. But then I got absolutely shut up by Kubi yesterday, because he was like, you know what, Seven, I hear you. Let me shut you up. I'm going to put up 9 elims myself. So I'm glad that with the Butterfly Effect, it's not just one player anymore in regards to them being able to pop off in regards to Cloudy. Now it's just 2 players, right? Now we got Cloudy and now we got Kubi. Now they have a backup plan. It's something that we've been able to see really, really well out of them, which leads me to the other team that I kind of want to talk about, which is K19. Because K19, you saw the decline there. I kind of don't want to continue to just bury them, because I'm hoping that they will be able to react in some kind of way here today. I do want to give a special shout out to Tuki, because he's the player from that team that has actually been able to still put up elimination points for his team, and HH24 has been close behind them. But HH24, I feel like at times there's even a joke about it with the casters too. Whenever they push a team, HH24 is the first one to get knocked, and we're like, okay, that's the game plan for them now, right? This is what this is when K19 is gonna be able to start performing now that HH24 is knocked. I'm hoping that's not the case today. From the conversation that I got a chance to have with HH24, he was aware of the issues within that team. He was aware with what's going on, where they needed to fix. So far, I haven't seen anything of what he told me that we were gonna be seeing here, fixing some of those issues. I'm hoping if there is any issues fixed, it's going to be today, and it's going to be on the second game, because I think they sit on the first game.
Yeah. Yeah, K19 and Excuse actually both sit out the first game, which, again, when we're talking about this sort of surge for Butterfly Effect and BULUC CHABTAN, it's going to be starting here in the same way that, like, K19 and Excuse were watching the first game yesterday that BULUC won, and now suddenly that they're worried, because that's when BULUC entered the conversation. It wasn't just about the Butterfly Effect. We could see the exact same thing here. If either of those 2 teams wins this opening game, or even just has a good number of points grabbed, that alone is going to put so much extra pressure. So I'm actually wondering if we see Butterfly and BULUC both have sort of like middle of the road, maybe less than that games, maybe that could give K19 an excuse, the confidence that they're not like already out of it. But again, I'm all just talking about like the mental game, which when you get to this point in a competition is you don't understand if you don't actually compete. It is a surprising amount of like percentage between the actual like mechanical performance in game versus mental. Like, it's a huge part of being able to deliver on this stage.
Yeah, and with Butterfly Effect, as we're going to be taking a look here at the overall for this phase, because there's also going to be bonus points given in regards to where some of the teams end up being on this overall for phase 3. I kind of want to continue talking about Butterfly Effect, because one of the big issues that I have seen out of that team is their survival time. Coming from day 3, I mean, this team, Cloudy was the only one that had anywhere near 20 minutes of average survival time. When he went to everybody else, it wasn't even close. But yesterday, I mean, they were able to put up the elims, right? They were able to do what they needed to do to at least get themselves there within the picture of being top 16. Today, I want to hopefully see this team be able to survive a little bit longer, stay a little bit more alive towards the end of the matches, because they have proven that they can definitely frag out. And if they can keep at least more than 1 player alive, which is something that we have seen out of this team, especially yesterday, it was only 1 or 2 players alive towards the end, and that's why their average survival time is just so bad. If they can fix that, this team is not gonna even have to worry about being in 16th place. I can see them pushing to that 15th place. And if for some reason, I mean, some of the other teams start throwing, which anything can happen here. We have seen it before, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not putting anything out of the question. They could push even higher, and you can see it right there. I mean, the elimination points, they can frag out.
Yeah, I mean, like, think back to the Miramar match from yesterday with Kubi, the lone player. Like, ended up grabbing 1 or 2 extra eliminations as a solo in the end game. Like, just being able to pick up scraps, being able to scavenge moment when you don't have any sort of priority position at all. But now that we've been looking at this phase as leaderboard, I'll be honest, this isn't that relevant to me right now, because for these teams that are chasing qualification into the finals, it's not about the bonus points that they're going to be getting. It's just about getting the total points, like total. So Butterfly, BULUC, just stay above Excuse and stay above K19, who are even further down here. At the top that we saw earlier, NHyper had such a lead over second place. They're going to maintain first, really, no matter what happens. And so even on that top section, when you might see some teams sort of like fluctuate up and down their positioning a little bit, we're only looking at a couple of bonus points here and there going for finals. And that's not nearly as important as it is for the Butterfly and BULUC, and as well as Excuse and K19, to just make sure that they qualify in the first place. Let's advance down and see just how far down everyone else is. K19, Puppeteer, Speedfire, and Skills of Mind, they're always going to be down here. I'll be frank. They're always going to be down here in the bottom. In fact, they have been fighting early so many times, it's almost like they're just trying to not be last.
I feel like, see, they're trying not to be last. I feel like they are fighting for that 20th place. They're like, no. I want to be 20. I want to get those bragging rights. You're not. we'll get eliminated by you early on, so we can be that 20th place. Obviously, I'm joking, because this team, I don't know what they're doing at this point. If I'm some of the other teams that are fighting for those points, if I'm able to not even hot drop them, if I'm able to just cut off on their rotations, if they're able to go back and VOD review, they're pretty much like easy points right now, as much as I hate saying that. But you know what? Let's take a look at the schedule for today to see what order of the maps we're going to be playing, because it's going to be coming big. I mean, Big Candy, starting off the day, we're going to have Group E sitting out, which, as we were mentioning, is going to be K19, Excuse, those teams that are currently towards the bottom. And then after that, they're going to have to play off every single match, even when we go to Sandhawk. And they're going to, for these teams, they have to take advantage of Sandhawk, I feel like, in any opportunity to third party to get those extra points, because it could come down, Cam, to just 1 point.
Yeah, and really it's gonna come down to multiple Erangels for a lot of the teams. I think actually, wait a second. So when we're talking about Erangel, the reason why it's so powerful is not only is it twice as many times each day, like twice as many times in the season, it's the original map. It is the one that everyone tends to be the most comfortable with. And I think, yeah, thanks for showing this graphic, Butterfly Bag does miss out one Erangel. So, you know, maybe that's something that's bothering them or not, but the fact that everyone gets to end on Erangel, all those 4 teams that we're really focusing on today, they all get their last shot on Erangel. Like, if they ended on Sandhawk, that would be a completely different story, but it's really going to come down to, frankly, who is just the best team.
Yeah, and then, you know what, let's now step a little bit away from those top 16s and maybe go to a team that's kind of there, not there within the top 16, but I think they're currently 13th place. And I'm thinking about BOPE Esports, right? Because this is a team that has been causing issues for YKG. And what I'm trying to allude to is something that I spoken with some of the players, and they told me, if we see a team where it's messing up our rotations and they're currently in a vulnerable position where they might not be making it to finals, we're going to make their day horrible. It's something that we have seen here in NA in the past. Yeah. It's something that people definitely need to take advantage, especially if you're currently guaranteed a spot in the finals and you can make it a little bit easier in the finals. I'm hoping, I'm not saying that YKG is going to start hot dropping BOPE Esports, but I mean, if they can somehow, if they see BOPE Esports in the elimination feed, and if they can go and help eliminate them, help them get those 0 points, I wouldn't be mad.
Yeah, I'm looking at the points right now. BOPE are currently sitting at 268 on the season overall, and then 17th place, BULUC, CHABTAN are sitting at 226. So in order for BOPE to be knocked out, it have to be both Excuse, Butterfly, and BULUC overtaking them, which, you know, if YKG wanted to hot drop on BOPE all 4, or I guess 3 rounds that they play together, that's an option. I could definitely see them trying to focus on them, target them out, because as you say, when they do run into each other, BOPE is a thorn in the side of YKG for whatever reason. They just seem to have the upper hand in that very specific matchup. But a lot of other things would also have to go right for that to happen. But, you know, at the same time, YKG, they're basically already qualified. They could try and focus on guaranteeing those bonus points, but I actually could see the world where they sacrifice 1 or 2 bonus points to just make sure that BOPE are not in.
Yeah, I mean, if they're able to do that, and that was just an example, right, with YKG. It could be with some of the other teams, too, especially some of the other teams that might want to take over Military Island in the finals. We saw what BULUC CHABTAN was able to do yesterday when they ended up getting the zone. They pretty much got the win. They were able to position themselves in a great way. They were able to switch, flip that switch, become aggressive when they needed to. And if a team usually likes to land a military base, or if they like to land nearby and they see BULUC CHABTAN currently in trouble in regards to almost making it to the 16th place, that's kind of what I want to see. I want to see some of those teams be a little bit more proactive with those decisions. If you can hot drop, and it's not even a hot drop, if you see the opportunity to third party a fight and you know for sure that team is going to be fighting and that team has been causing you issues through the last 3 phases, I want to see them headhunt people. I'm gonna just put it out there.
Yeah, I mean, you see that sort of political game happen in battle royales often enough as it is, but you're right, this being the last day where things are more set in stone, things are more decided than they are, you know, obviously from compared to day one, you do tend to see a few more things happen because of that.
Yeah, and then you're gonna have some of the other teams, right, that are already have the spot in the finals. They don't really have to worry about hot dropping somebody else or whatever the case might be. They don't have to worry about being hot dropped themselves. And a team that I'm going to be thinking of straight in my mind is going to be Execute. I feel like this team has had its up and downs, right? They have had some good days. They have had some horrible days. They have had flashes of greatness. I mean, we saw that 4th place finish with 20 eliminations. Fate, I saw your highlight on YouTube. By the way, I hit the like and I make sure I need to comment on it. All right, Fate. So I'm going to make sure I do that next time. But if those teams...
Ring the bell? You subscribe?
Oh, 100%. But on not my official channel, on my personal channel, because, you know, that's the one I actually end up using for myself. But nonetheless, with these teams, I want them to start putting a little bit more effort into the tactics that we might end up seeing out of them towards finals. If they can get a little bit of practice in regards to that, that will be the time to do it. And you know what? I am hearing that the first game is ready for Vikendi. So, Sute, before I throw it to you guys, I want to know, are we going to be seeing any targeting today? Yes or no?
From YKG? No. Okay? If they didn't do it to N Hyper days ago, they ain't gonna do it now. And that breaks my heart because I want to see it. I think you have to at this point, right? They had nothing to lose. The fact that they didn't do it kind of, you know, it lits up that rage inside of me, that rage monster. But hey, you know what? It is what it is. Zute, what do you think?
Well, I mean, N Hyper definitely out of the question now. So the new question you heard Seven talking about was N Hyper, YKG dropping on BOPE, maybe potentially. I mean, you said it multiple times throughout the tournament. BOPE's just been, you know, in YKG's side. BOPE's been in YKG's kryptonite. I personally don't think so, just because YKG. I mean, we had an amazing interview with Joey. You can kind of get a good idea of what kind of IGL and what kind of team YKG is. They like to play their own game. If a certain team is giving them trouble, to them, it's just like, hey, good job. You beat us. We have things to learn. Back to the drawing board. Let's improve. We're not going to go out of our way, change up our whole entire game plan just to target you, because I don't think they think BOPE is a threat, to be honest. I think they just are trying to still play their own game and get their own stuff down right.
You know what? When it comes to teams that are going to target, I'll tell you one team that will. Speedfire's going to target Skills of Mine, all right? Just like they've been doing all tournament long. But you know what? This is a big day. This is a big day to see which teams are going to make it into that top 16. Game's about to get ready. Also, huge shout out to big old Cameron Davis, right? Putting his money where his mouth is, doing that rap live on the air. It takes some grapes to do that, baby. And you know what? It's going to take a lot of grapes to see who's going to win this thing. And here we go into the match. Day 5, match 1. We're in Vikendi. Let's get it going.
Let's get it going indeed. Vikendi, first match of the day, but it's the final day before we head into the final, so we might see something extra crazy on Vikendi. So far, Vikendi has been, you know, the map for some great entertainment. I definitely want to see more of that in Jukes. Yesterday was the day of, let's say, the underdogs in a sense, the teams that are trying to get into that top 16, the teams near the bottom of the leaderboards who are really fighting for that qualification spot. Popped off huge yesterday. And speaking of pop off huge, I did not realize GK First popped off.
Oh my gosh.
That much. What? Okay.
It's ridiculous.
Well, shout out to Baton, though. We talk about this guy all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Good to see him get some recognition on the most eliminations page now. So, man, Baton, he did really well yesterday. I mean, Baton's been doing well every single day.
Dude's been a beast. Like, without a doubt, has been just an absolute beast on the battlefield. I mean, him. I mean, we heard in the in the rap some big names. Remix as well has been really good. A lot of big players. I mean, that we've seen so far, just perform well. Players that we didn't really expect. Even Chronix, right? I mean, a lot of big. And I'm telling you what, it's gonna get just more intense as time goes on. As we have the old tried and true the candy circle here.
Down to the southwest, Speedfire in a drop, in a hot drop against, you called it, Skills of Mine. So at least they're trying to do something. I know their hot drops have not been going well though, but hey, it's the effort that counts, right, Jukes?
100%. It is 100% the effort that counts, right? Sometimes you gotta just give it a shot. So what did I say earlier, right? Skills of Mine and Speedfire targeting. Automatic.
Yep.
Automatic. And you can see them trying to set up a little bit of a trap here. And let's see if that's going to end up working out for them. You can see Skills of Mind smelling out that, you know what, it's got to be Speedfire nearby. Oh, man. Sicario has nothing. Literally nothing. So he does get shot up. Bink gets shot up a little bit, so saves a little bit of face for now. But it doesn't matter.
I don't think he saw.
Sicario has nothing. There's nothing he can do. Oh, that hurts. That's like legit worst case scenario too. That's tough.
I don't understand why he didn't just start running away. Right?
You know what? Fear, baby. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you feel the fear and you're like, nope, I'm going nowhere, sir.
I mean, his teammate was covering him too, but well, they answer one back, but I think they're gonna get that revive. All four are clumped up together though. That's not good. They need to spread out a little bit, start holding some angles, get some info, because the rest of Speedfire should be looking to continuing this fight. I know he lost one, but resetting as 3 for the rest of the match, there's no point. And yeah, they're going to continue to put the pressure on. They get another knock. Now, can they do something from this? It's still a 3v4 situation, as should be an easy revive. They need to put on the pressure. They need to get more aggressive. They can't just take these pop shots and then just back off constantly, because they're getting nothing done here.
Yeah. You know, that's kind of the thing I hate to see, especially teams that are in a situation where they're getting to like a 2v4 or even in those kind of situations, they just decide to leave. And I'm like, why? You know, you're going to leave and still lose points. Like, sometimes all it takes is one little fight, one little shot to turn the fight around for your team's favor, you know? But unfortunately, I mean, there's a reason why we see these two teams at the bottom, right? And I think a lot of it has to do with this right here. It's just them going at it constantly at the start of the game.
Yeah, when two newer teams with less experience start fighting it out, man, these fights could drag on forever. Neither team really knowing how to pull off the execution straight. Speedfire, this time, continuing the fight. Yeah, I'm glad they didn't back off. They managed to find a weak point in a Skills of Mine setup. Skills of Mine definitely making a mistake, leaving one player off to the side back there and him getting knocked. So they'll pick up that 1 point. But man, these points are so arduous, right? They're fighting tooth and nail just for 1 point, but they're losing players themselves, back and forth trades, slowing down their own rotation, not getting any loots. Like, it's just like a lose-lose for everybody here.
100%. 100%. And again, right? Why we see him at the bottom? You know, I don't know why. It's stuff like this that just makes me scratch my head. Like, there's either two reasons, right? One, you just gave up. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're just like, all right, we're just gonna go at each other, get out early, call it a tournament. You know what I'm saying? It's either that or you have something weird to prove, but I don't know what you could have to prove, because it just doesn't make any sense. And the fact that they've done this all tournament long is just, it hurts. It hurts to see.
It adds up. It adds up. Doing this game after game, day after day. I still honestly don't. Nice shots. I still have no idea who's going to take this fight. I mean, Skills of Mine in a better position right now, as you can tell, Boomba at the top. But with these two teams, you never know, Jukes. Last time it was a 4v2 in favor of Speedfire, and then they lost. So I'm going to hold my tongue and just just watch what happens, Jukes. I can't even predict what's gonna happen because these two teams are just like they're unpredictable.
Yeah, super unpredictable. It just makes no sense. I mean, if I was in one of these teams, in this situation where they're at leaderboard-wise, I'm just like, yo, let's just hot drop some folks, or at least give me an opportunity to put up some crazy points. You know what I'm saying? So I could try to, like, put my name out there to hopefully maybe get picked up by another squad coming up soon. But to each their own. Clown goes down. Bonebug going for a 1v2 situation.
He could have backed off.
Yeah.
Yeah, he could have backed off.
The commitment, man. The commitment.
I mean, I guess he felt it.
Do you
he
know-
should have won that doing that peak.
You
but
know,
he
like
just-
the way Matadors do with, like, bulls and, you know, the color red?
yeah.
I think that's Speedfire and Skills of Might against each other.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying?
Which one's the Matador?
I think they're both bulls. You know what I'm saying? think-
Yes. That's exactly what I was gonna say.
I think they're both bulls,
If
just
you didn't say
locking
that, I was
horns.
gonna...
Just locking horns. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yep.
And I think they're gonna do this for the rest of the rest of the day, Jugs. In all honesty, because we haven't seen them really like hot drop each other on this map. The fact that they did, yeah, I think the plan is to just duke it out and fight it out for the rest of the day, and we'll see what happens. Meanwhile, we did get the circle shift, and we did lose 412 Nomads. 412 Nomads, or is that 412 Nomads out already?
Yeah, already.
Yeah.
And not to mention, you're going to see Kindness
Oh,
get
and Albert-
thirsted. That's got to hurt. So let's see how Canadian Eagles return. But, oh, they do lose one player. Quinn's knocked as well. Bob going to throw that nade out, try to catch somebody. This is over in Dino Park, baby. We've been waiting to see a Dino Park finish. I'd love to see one here. Oh, Puppeteer's nearby. Could be it's a third-party action. They got to watch out. And,
Yep.
yeah, and Hyper's hidden the deck. Just going to try to throw some util. Rin's got some sight lines here. But, yeah, he doesn't really have that angle to throw it. He does from here. Yeah, you can see him pull that nade out. He had the itch. He's got to watch his back, though. That's for sure.
Yeah, Puppeteer is close by. Definitely looking to get something done. Dong down to 1 HP. So Dong did get spotted by NHyper. So now NHyper's forced to play super safe. No, they can't really push out on the outside.
Well, guys, everybody watching, let your voice be heard. Fill out the survey in the chat to help improve future PMPL seasons, guys. So go ahead and take the survey, right? Why don't you go ahead and throw us a bone as well? We'll take it. We'll take it. And let's see. How do you guys feel about a survey on NHyper? Huh? I think if I could give out amount of stars, it would be 5. Maybe 5 for this tournament so far. These guys are crushing it.
Man, this fight still just in a dead stalemate, Jukes. May as well take the time to fill out that survey.
That's right.
I don't think this fight's going to progress any time soon, especially with so many teams just hovering around the sides. Even the team looking to third party needs to be wary, because there could be a fourth party happening real quick. We just saw Execute there in the background too. So Dino Park, these teams are just trapped in here. They're locked in. Yeah, Ren. I was just about to say, Ren trying to leave Dino Park, instantly shot up. Lucky he didn't get knocked out of the car and thirsted. He'll survive. But yeah, it's just, this is like a, this is no Dino Park, Jukes. This is more like a prison.
A prison, right? I mean, you're
Yeah.
stuck. You're
You're
completely
stuck. No
yeah.
one's getting out.
I mean, where do you move if you're in Hyper? The only way you're moving out is with a good, solid shot from your G36C. And they can afford to be neighbors. I mean, this is still pretty central in the circle, so they don't have to move. Let's see where this next zone decides to go, though. And most likely it's going to center up. That's Vikendi. Vikendi, you know, they always have a crazy shift at the start, and then it just centers up all the way for the most part. Sometimes we get something interesting, but I'm predicting it's going to center up. BOPE is at the edge up there on the north side, looking to push on through down. PASSIONFRUIT there as well. PASSIONFRUIT has had some trouble here in Vikendi. Just some slight mistakes, I think, that have really been hurting him. And it does go a little heavy north. So it is full-fledged mainland. That's going to allow all the teams at the edge of the circle to push on in. And here comes NHyper. All right, we're seeing some smokes come out, some smoke walls. NHyper looking to make the push. Rin with the DBS. Bop, bop. Goodbye, bad boy.
When have you seen NHyper? Okay, so we've seen NHyper
Right now.
be aggressive, right? But when there's other teams around them, that they could get third party by and they're still playing aggressive, that's a new level of aggressive confidence. It might be because their points are so high and they literally cannot lose anything at this point, in the sense of if they get 0 points all game, they're still fine, right? They're still chilling. They still get everything they want. Maybe that's why they're playing aggressive, but they played aggressive with the threat of third parties, still smoked off the correct angles, and still won the fight. That is very impressive to see.
100%. I think this is a new and hyper, without a doubt. And that's why I had predicted that we're going to see them in the PMGC Grand Finals. I know it's a hot take, but the way they've been performing here so far and looking different, right? Because to be fair, you know, winning NA shouldn't be that crazy, at least compared to other regions, right? But it's not about just winning it. It's how they want it, you know? They have shown something different than what we've seen in the past. All the concerns, the hesitancy I had, you know, so far has been great. The only concern I have for NHyper is it still goes back to just their clutch factor, right? Like, America's Championship, are they going to keep the same energy or are they going to fail me? You know what I'm saying? And just let things get to their head. If they don't, oh my gosh, imagine if that hit. That would have been insane. Talk about, like, I mean, heck, that's this kind of stuff you go for here, right? That's how you get that highlight moment for sure. That's $500.
Yeah, it's you make that play. If you hit that hip fire.
Oh man, I'll tell you what. Anybody hits a revolver from like 200-meter shot, hip fire, and knocks somebody, that is, I don't know how that loses. You know?
I mean, that's got my vote.
100%.
That's for sure. MEZEXIS here chilling inside the city, just waiting for the next zone. Dino Park in firm control now of NHyper. NHyper is like, you gotta pay the gate fee. If you didn't pay the gate fee, we're kicking you out. That's exactly what they did to the Canadian Eagles. Next circle is about to shift. Dino Park is still somewhat in zone.
Come on, Dino
See
Park.
if it stays there. Execute on the south side. And BULUC CHABTAN, one team we definitely want to pay attention to, playing it very safe. Look at that. They're on the very tippy edge, not even venturing out to get a little bit more info. They're just going to wait for the circle shift.
And yes, they are, man. So they're playing this very, very patiently. A lot of congestion you see there in the center of the circle. Man, one team that I always see in a good spot, Zute, SLR, you know? SLR always finds a good central position in the zone. They just, you know, like we talked about multiple times, it's just that end game that they've been working on little by little. But this is crazy to watch. I mean, I want to see them progress, especially with how good Long has been all tournament long. All right. I'll tell you what, this guy, if he just continues to just dominate the way he has and the other team follows suit, SLR is one of those teams that I feel that, like, nobody will predict, but come finals time can legit just, like, take the whole tournament.
Ooh.
I'm dead serious. Like, I'm not even kidding.
Okay.
I'm dead serious. Like, you know, because you got to remember, the tournament's only 3 days long, you know? Like, all it takes is a good couple of days, and SLR put themselves in really good positions here. If they get, you know, fortunate with a few circles, and the team really just stays, like, vigilant, they could create a lead that nobody could pass. So, I mean, SLR is one team that, just like the way I'm looking at right now, is just one you don't want to fully sleep on, for sure.
You know, I will definitely give them credit for making good decisions more often than not, right? When you're constantly usually making good decisions, the execution, that's a different story. But in a short-form tournament like the one coming up, right, the finals, 3 days, if you make good decisions in all of your games, that is a huge advantage versus teams that might have better execution than you, but they make bad decisions from time to time.
Exactly.
So I see what you're getting at. I see why you do say SLR could potentially take it. So, I mean, time will tell, but I love that you bring that up. That is one thing that SLR definitely has going for them. And in this match, they definitely have the rotation and the zone. Let's see if they get it one more time. They should definitely be in the next circle, but how centered will they be in the next circle is the real question here. Meanwhile, many other teams around the sides, all in compound streaks. Every team is pretty much in a compound, so the all chilling, waiting for this zone pop. And well, SLR could not have asked for a better zone.
Now, how do they handle it? Now, I'll tell you what, in recent days, they've handled it well. You know, earlier in the tournament, I think they struggled pretty hard. But now, right, they're no joke. I'm telling you, like, Long has been really performing well. And I'll tell you what, like, if they finish this game strong, I think that'll put an extra stamp for me. Like, if I were to pick a wild card team that could just go nuts finals time, right, I think that could be definitely one of the ones high on my list.
Okay. I'll agree with that. I'll agree.
I mean,
with
look at that.
Execute.
4 eliminations, 4 people up, one of the best positions in the circle. But, you know, they're like an early and hyper where they just kind of would just, if one thing goes wrong, they fall apart. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but this circle is perfect for them.
I
like
know
it's so it's not the fact that they're just centered. It's that at the very edges of the circle, there's enough zone and strong positions that all the teams are going to hold on the edges of the circle. No team is forced to kind of full send SLR yet. And so that just means everyone's going to be caught on the edge, fighting each other. And then on next zone, when teams do have to take SLR's positions, they're caught fighting each other and etc. So SLR should have a very good one here, up to 5 points already. And Hyper on the rotation. They're rotating in from Dino Park. They have no info. They have to YOLO full send this. It's their only chance at making it in somewhere, and they got to keep going.
That's got to be tough. So they do make that, you know, player sacrifice on the rotation. Meanwhile, we do got some questions for you guys, and let's see what it's going to be here in the next few moments as we see Lu Zhang put some pressure going on here. The action is definitely starting to heat up as Skills of Mind goes out. 11 teams are going to be remaining here as Fuego and the rest of BOPE are going to be right here on the edge.
Execute gets taken out there. BOPE finds a spot on the edge, taking out Execute, so they will claim that position on the west side. BULUC, CHABTAN, and PASSIONFRUIT here caught on an engagement. Both teams trying to find the opening. PASSIONFRUIT is down 1 player, but so is BULUC, it seems. The next circle is about to shift, so these two teams have to hurry the fight up if they don't get the next zone, in which case, let's see in a couple seconds what happens.
Well, the question.
Don't.
Oh, that's tough. Well, I'll tell you which team does. It's going to be SLR. The question is, folks, which team is going to win the match, right? All right, so I'm going to go ahead and stick with SLR. I'm going to go ahead and throw it on the list. Let's see if they can hold this down, you know, and I think that is a team, like, again, I am really looking at here, but let's look at this fight between PASSIONFRUIT and BULUC CHABTAN. BULUC CHABTAN, one of those teams, right? Really looking to put some points here in the final hour, yeah.
PASSIONFRUIT looking to stamp them out right now. PASSIONFRUIT has been playing better and better so far. They slowed down again a little bit this 3rd week, but with Juancho leading the charge, getting the opening, stepping up for the team. Let's see if they can clean this one out now. 3v2 situation, into the smoke they go. Juancho goes down, good trade. Now it's a 2v1. Nades coming in. Zuko is hurt. There's a little bit of, ooh, Pappy Sour really needed that. I was going to say there was a little bit of disconnect once again from PASSIONFRUIT. One player pushing out, the other hanging back to heal. That could have been bad. Oh, Valak does get thirsted. Pappy Sour. He wins his one. Where's the trade? Where's the follow-up? The synergy's not there.
Oh my gosh, so slow, Juancho. And goes down. Oh, that's gotta hurt there. There had to be some kind of miscommunication right there. Yeah, that's tough. PASSIONFRUIT do go down. I know Juancho is screaming right now at his roof. And we'll see if he's able to get his revenge here at the end of this league stage. Inactive, putting some nice shots on the boat. This is all outside of the circle. They have barely a minute on the clock, so they got to get this fight done quick.
MEZEXIS looking good right now, Jukes. They're cleaning house right now, fighting in from the outside of the zone. Up to 6. I think those 2 knocks will be theirs too, so 7, 8. Look at Baton, 5 eliminations.
Woo-wee!
This guy can't be stopped.
Dude, this guy is just so consistent. Every game. You know how hard it is to get 5
watch him turn on that. Oh, blue zone.
Would have been nuts.
If it wasn't for blue zone, Baton had that.
Ridiculous. I mean, still to put up that kind of performance in another game here is just, it's ridiculous. It is ridiculous.
Yes, 7. 7 eliminations.
Wow.
To himself. The team has a total of 8.
Oh, here comes Long again, right? Long. Look at
Five
that
from
5
Long.
out of 8.
Yeah, Long, Baton, man, some star players in the process of being made legends right now, Jukes. These guys really do have what it takes.
Maybe you should change your name to Zuon. I mean, because I tell you what, I mean, it's working. It's working for these guys. Meanwhile, look at that. You can see Inactive get knocked. He's down. SLR controlling the
Baton
zone
with
really
another
well.
one.
Oh, yeah, look at that. Baton.
8.
8 to himself.
Rack him up. Rack him up, Baton. I
Wow.
should change my name to Zaton.
Zaton.
Yeah. Man, this guy is just dialed in.
Ooh-wee.
Last one up alive for the team. He knows where to go when the zone is looking bad. He makes it. He finds the way. He finds the line, and he's picking up the eliminations. We're down to the last 4 teams now. Baton in the mix. Puppeteers. Puppeteers getting that zone. They're going to be pushed by the 4-man team of SLR. However, let's see how good SLR's execution is. They have the man advantage, and they have a decent line at sweeping in and pushing Puppeteers here. Let's see if they can get the execution done correctly, and they get the opening. That should be an easy push for them now. And Wall Street Bets, they're going to third-party off this.
And here they come, and then SLR taking out Dong there in that situation. Uh-oh, things are, they're completely pinched, though. They're completely pinched. Stellar has to make a play. This is a really risky 2-2 split here. And Stellar has to just buy some time for the rest of the team to come help them out, but I don't think they're going to be there in time. Can they get some suppressive fire? No, they cannot.
There it is. There it is. Oh, G1 doesn't go down, though.
Longs in the open? This dude's insane.
Yeah, I think they only had that one vehicle to use. So the rest are on foot, and Stellar did go down in that exchange. So now it's a 2v3. They're running in the open. Wall Street Bets up back to 4. Oh, wait, Baton is still alive. He could come here
Oh my gosh, are you
and
serious?
potentially do something huge here. He might just go for SLR and take the second place, but we'll see what happens. If SLR could get some knocks on Wall Street Bets, it could be anyone's game here.
Dude, don't mess with the Baton. Oh, he's going to find another one. Easy knock on the white Elegy. This dude is ridiculous. I mean, I am getting flashbacks of Nate, that one Erangel game. Remember? When he just went crazy and took out the whole lobby. I mean, Baton is going ridiculous.
Oh, huge.
Oh my gosh.
That's huge for Baton.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely it is. So now it's basically a 2v3. It's a 2v3. Unless Long decides to fight him. No, you shouldn't do that though. Baton, he's shimmying, he's shaking. And finally goes
Long
down.
took it.
Of course. If Baton's gonna go down, it's gonna be the Long.
Oh, man, taking names right now. Long, can he do anything in this 1v3 situation? I don't think so. 3 of Wall Street Bets and the blue zone and the nade coming in.
It's over, bro. It's over. But hey, a good effort.
Deny
Effort.
the point.
Yeah.
Deny the point.
Hey,
nice.
Still a ton of eliminations. A big chicken dinner, though, for Wall Street Bets, right? This team showing up big time here at the start. I'll tell you what, Vikendi has been one of my favorite maps to watch here in the PMPL.
Indeed it has.
Split. I mean, it's been ridiculous from start to finish. Non-stop action. That's what we like to see.
Yeah, Wall Street Bets with that huge game. A lot of damage received, not as much. Oh, only
What?
2 eliminations? I thought they had more.
Okay.
So they took down
800 damage and only 2? That's a pretty tough conversion rate right there.
That is pretty tough. But hey, a chicken is a chicken. Of course, most eliminations to Baton and Long with the highest damage. These 2 players, man, really stepping it up this week, making a name for themselves.
I'll tell you what, MEZEXIS, you better pop off in the finals, and you better have popped off in the finals or lock Baton in a nice contract, because I'll tell you what, this guy is going to be on the block right now because he is going crazy, guys. A lot more action to come up, so don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back.
Okay, Wall Street Bets. Okay. By the way, it's unfair of us. The one time he actually gets the prediction right, we don't decide to show it.
Not the one time, but yeah, I do think it's kind of convenient. Production just decides to not show our prediction for this round. I'm not saying anything. It's I'm just asking questions. That's all I'm doing.
I'm saying it's Alex. Alex, you're throwing Alex. Nonetheless, let's see the Mets ranking because there was some teams that were able to pop off, and I'm not talking about Wall Street Bets. They ended up with just 2 elims. Super lazy reflex. 14 eliminations.
Yeah, man.
20 points, and then MEZEXIS too being able to get 10. Whew.
Yeah, so we've seen this western side of Vikendi so many times. I feel like it's been 3 in a row that it's been on, this Dino Park / coast area. But when this one, compared to the previous 2 days, when this one didn't go to the coast, there wasn't a lot of water after Circle 1. It showed that this part of the map was really a lot more about like compound to compound fighting, and a lot more just isolated 4v4s, not a lot of opportunities for third parties and like sort of high ground control and pressure, which is one reason why MEZEXIS was able to get a bunch of their eliminations, because they just got a bunch of, they just had to push through. But then Super Lazy Reflex were just farming up teams from their central position. They weren't able to convert that into a full win, but I mean, they still won with the total points, and frankly, it's the points that matter.
Yeah, and I mean, for this team, they're going to be happy with that, because if I go back and look at where they were standing in regards to the leaderboard for this season, that's going to push them up nicely to even higher for this phase overall. And I mean, this is a team that's going to be going to the finals. They're going to be looking at those bonus points. They're going to be looking to gather as many as they can. Obviously, they're not going to be catching in Hyper in that overall, but nonetheless, great performance out of them. And talking about in Hyper, they only end up getting those 4 elims. We saw them getting absolutely destroyed. We actually saw Rin back in action instead of FS. He ended up getting destroyed on the rotation whenever he was in a vehicle. I was like, when is that vehicle going to blow up? He ended up blowing up. And Hyper, you know what? We're not worried. I really... I didn't expect you guys to just continue to dominate, even though I would have been happy. I just didn't expect it. But let's actually take a look at the second page here, because Butterfly Effect, this is a team that we're talking about at the beginning of the day. A team that needs the points, a team that needed to take advantage of K19 currently not playing this match, and end up with just 0 points.
Yeah, and BULUC didn't get that many either. So as far as extra mental, emotional damage to Excuse in K19, this was not the worst case scenario for those 2 squads. That's not to say that they're out of the woods just yet, right? Like, Butterfly are allowed to have one bad game. They've been performing so well the past couple of days that this doesn't mean that they're out of it just yet. But that lead, they're still keeping it close with it. So K19 and Excuse are sort of, they don't have to worry as much, but they still need to perform.
Yeah, like you mentioned, I mean, Butterfly Effect, with the performance that they did have the past couple of days, they did create a nice gap from 16th place to 17th place. So BULUC, CHABTAN, K19, especially coming to the next match, I want to see you guys being able to pop off. And teams talking about pop-off performances, MEZEXIS. Let's look at the player stats, because I think we're only going to be seeing mostly just one player getting the big share out of those elims, and the conversion rate is ridiculous for Baton.
Oh yeah, he must have had a bunch of stolen elims with that, with those damage numbers and eliminations when you include the knockouts in that. I mean, you can't expect a round like this to happen every single time if just one player completely popping off, but it is so very nice to see when it does happen.
It is. I'm not against it, especially for Baton. I mean, we've heard the casters saying it over and over again. This is a player that's been performing really well for MEZEXIS. And just kind of echoing what the casters were saying, Hodges and Sute, they better have Baton in a nice contract for a long term. If not, some of the other teams are going to be looking at him and be like, hey, would you like to join us? And talking about some of the teams that have joined, different players, everything going on. SLR. What? SLR? Hot Jukes. I like what you're cooking, by the way. Saying that you can see this team being a surprise for finals. I'm with it. I'm with it. They do position themselves very well. And I feel like they showcase perfectly what you were trying to talk about, Hot Jukes, in regards to if this team is able to put themselves in a position that they can frag out, they're going to be able to, and they're going to be able to do it in a big way. And I feel like we're seeing it here with this player stats.
Yeah, and it's no surprise that Long is going to be leading the charge in this. It is a bit, I mean, this might sound contradictory to what I was just saying about MEZEXIS, that I'm kind of worried when I see it's a bunch of Long numbers and everyone else, is lagging behind in the way that we see on your screen right now. But all 4 of them were up basically until the end game, and this is not an uncommon thing to see for SLR. We're not quite at Puppeteer's Dong situation where it really is just one player trying to carry everything, but for a team that has just taken third place they just now overtook NOMADS in the phase 3 ranking. In order to consistently punch at that high of a level in like a top 4, top 5 position, you really need to have more than just one player popping off. We've seen some good rounds from players like Stellar specifically, and it's really good that Long is always going to be here to perform and deliver. So you at least have a baseline in that sense. But I hope you understand what I'm talking about when I say, you don't want to have to rely on one player too much.
Oh, 100%. I mean, we've been talking about it with some of the other teams, right? I mean, one that comes right to mind is, who is it? Extreme Slayers. When it was just in regards to Remix, it was just Remix popping off. And then we started seeing one of the other players too, starting to put up good numbers for them. It's good to see to at least have you two duos, right? And just have a duo at least of people that are going to be performing well, because you don't want to lose Long. And then after that, you're like, okay, we lost our fragging power.
Yeah.
What do we do here? We're just going to have behind this rock and just try to get those placement points. If you can have a player like Long, which is going to be helping you get those placement points, and on top of that, being able to back it up with the eliminations, that's what you want to see.
Yeah.
And I mean, from right there, from that match cap, we saw it perfectly.
Yeah, and to be clear, I'm looking at the overall phase numbers. Stellar is not that far behind Long when it comes to eliminations. White and UZZ are. And when it comes to damage, even Stellar, there's a pretty noticeable gap between Long and Stellar. So again, just like, it's not just one game that is making me sort of be this worried. But hey, you know what? They're in third place right now, so it's working so far.
Yeah, and for me now, going into this match, Aaron Gale coming up, I'm going to be looking at K19. I'm going to be looking at BULUC CHABTAN. I'm not going to be looking at Butterfly Effect, okay? You guys get a break because you guys are going to be sitting out this match, which is probably the perfect thing considering the way you guys were able to start off the day, not the best way you want to start it off. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're going to be hoping that K19 starts off slow as well and that BULUC CHABTAN continues to get those little numbers here and there. But for BULUC, I feel like do exactly what you did yesterday. Wait for the right moment because they worked out wonders for them. And when they see a chance to actually progress and fight for that action, they got to go for it, Cam.
Yeah, they absolutely have to go for it, just like we are about to go to the commentators as we're entering game number 2. It is going to be Aragel.
Let's get it going, folks. Here we go into Aaron Gale. And this is going to be a huge match, guys, because I'll tell you what, if you want to put some points on the board, you want to make sure you make it to that top 16, you have to do it right here and now, in my opinion, because time and time again, we've casted so many tournaments, we've watched so much competitive PUBG Mobile. The last game of the tournament, even the last couple games, things are going to happen that have not happened all tournament long, right? Teams that know that they're not going to make it, teams in the middle of the pack that realize that, you know what, no matter what we do here, it doesn't matter, right? We're going to see some shenanigans. We might see some hot drops. We might see some crazy rotations, just teams looking to fight and just get ready for the next tournament coming up, you know? So for those teams that really need to put points on the board, Zute, they got to do it here and now.
Yes, 100%. It's only gonna get more crazy as we head into the final couple of games. I mean, that Vikini one was already crazy enough.
Yeah.
So I think it's gonna keep ramping up. At least we get a very nice playing path for this match. Everybody should be able to get to where they want to. BULUC CHABTAN and Skills of Mind dropping on each other now, this time in Razak. And as we say, crazy, well, Jukes, that first circle, that's a nice first circle.
Woo.
Into military. Wait, Pappy Sour just knifed him.
What? What just happened?
He ran in there and
He just
knocked him with the knife.
You just stabbed Bomba?
Yeah, that's how he got that knock.
You gotta be kidding me. Well, he's really lucky. He's really lucky Trick saved him. He's really lucky Trick saved him because that's how
That
you
would have
end
been a
up.
highlight.
Yeah, on the wrong line, the wrong side of a highlight reel right there. That is craziness.
I don't think we're gonna be able to get a POV of that, but in the elimination feed, that's what it said, Jukes. He straight up ran in there and shanked them.
Well, I'll tell you what, production, if you do have that replay, we would sure love to see it. But let's see how this fight continues on right now. And I'll tell you what, BULUC CHABTAN's one of those teams, right, that want to just put as many points as they can. That every single one is so important. And losing a player like that early on, oh, it's got to hurt.
Man, Skills of Mine is just being targeted hard right now. But luckily for them, they get that first point, and they don't end up on the wrong side of the highlight reel. Baton continuing making his montage highlight reels. Oh no, he's knocked in the elimination feed.
Oof.
Save Baton.
Save
You
him.
need him.
Save. You need to. I mean, honestly, full send the whole squad. Make sure that that man does not go down.
Oh, there we go. The rest of MEZEXIS is following up though. So Baton got the opening. Canadian Eagles down to 2 now, I believe. About to be just down to 1 if that is not the last player. And
Wow. Inactive. Nice shots with the pump shotty. And oh, the box. Oh, you can even hear the clicks, right?
Yep.
You can even hear the clicks. Wow, Canadian Eagles done for. And that's 4 more points on the side of MEZEXIS. I'll tell you what, MEZEXIS getting hot right when it counts. I love to see that. I mean, because this is the time where it really matters, especially next week, right? Those finals coming right around the corner. So let's take a look here at the rest of the lobby. What stands out to you so far, Zoo?
N-Hyper taking the West Bridge this time and not the East Bridge.
Okay.
'Cause yesterday they took the East Bridge and that didn't go well. So they take the West Bridge and they actually got they got Joey. I don't know if they also caught Fierce. No, Fierce got taken down by someone else as N-Hyper only has 1 elimination point. But YKG just down to a solo now. They thought they were fast, not fast enough to make that.
Sheesh, that's craziness and wasting no time here. Gonna get that elimination right there on to BULUC CHABTAN as well. So, oof, that is gotta hurt. But I'll tell you what, man, things are getting just more crazy by the second as Chico goes down to gun pain. That's pretty wild as well.
Yeah. That was the bridge camp, 412, camping the bridge onto YKG.
Yes.
So YKG just down to 24K. These military zones are not nice, and they're happening just enough, right, for teams to learn and adjust to it. But then the other team also learns to adjust, so they're just, ramping up their bridge camping time. Everybody's ramping up their rotational time, and they still will end up running into each other. So no team really has a clear idea of how to do it. And Hyper made a nice adjustment from yesterday, and they make it across with 4, so that's good for them. So YKG really struggling on this one.
Oof, and it just so happens to be their first
Oh,
match
look at
of the
this.
day, That's gotta hurt.
K19.
Oh yeah, K19.
This is a trap rotation.
HH24.
Yeah, I think they already got Crow. Oh, so yeah, MEZEXIS knows. They got Crow already.
Okay.
Yeah, that's smart though. K19 saw MEZEXIS fight early on. They're like, okay, they're probably in Lipovka, so let's rotate there and trap them in. The trap work, they only got 1 point though, and I don't think MEZEXIS is gonna give the rest up for free. So K19 is gonna have to make the push. MEZEXIS is not gonna make the mistake of just trying to leave right now. So yeah, K19 realizes this, thinks better of it. They take their 1 point and they will rotate. Hopefully they will make a good enough rotation to make it onto military base, because with this delayed rotation, the team could end up camping the bridge on them.
Meanwhile, let's take a look here at 412. 412, just hold it down for now. Nothing too out of the ordinary. You can see Alim. Alim is one of those players that I definitely have been keeping an eye out on because, 412 Nomads, when these guys get aggressive, it could definitely turn things up a notch.
412. I want to make sure we see them really heat up before the final start, because they heated up a lot, and then yesterday they cooled off, right? Hopefully they don't go into the finals cold, because that would be very disappointing to see. Because 412, man, this team, we herald them as the most improved team.
We did.
From week 2, actually week 1 and 2, 3, because the first 2 weeks they didn't do all too hot. Near the end of the second week they ramped up, and then third week, this week, right, for the first 3 days or so, they were looking really strong. So it would be a shame for them to cool off now.
Yes.
Right before we head into the finals.
100%. So hopefully they continue on that trend that they have been since, you know, we just saw a couple days ago. I mean, but at the same time, it's hard to keep that energy here every single day. You know, you're bound to have kind of like one of those off days. So let's just hope that that doesn't happen now and next week, because if there's any time to be on fire, it's during the finals. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And there's a lot of squads who just, that's where they shine. They always shine in those 3-day tournaments, you know, where they just, it's like they can't be stopped. And every time I think about that, I just think about just the past PMWI, you know, Vampire. They performed so well that I was talking to some of the best coaches in PUBG Mobile history of some of the best teams in the world, you know, literally looking into their eyes. And they're looking back at me and they just say, I don't know, man. You know, like just, I don't know what to say. Like they just, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, you know? I had one coach just like, I mean, I don't know what else to say other than they got lucky, because I mean, they're doing stuff that is just blowing all of our minds. I mean, I once saw them late game, like 6 circle, just full send it into the center while all 5 teams all around them were just focusing on each other and just missed them drive to the best spot for free, you know? And some teams got it like that. They got that timing down. It's almost like they pulled out like a little invisibility cloak and nobody could touch them. So, and I mean, Vampire did that. Bunch of teenagers, you know, winning almost $700,000 in a week, you know? So, take that to the bank. And, you know, a lot of these players want to have that dream, right? They want to be in that position. So, you know, hopefully we just see them improve here every single game. And PASSIONFRUIT, come on, PASSIONFRUIT. That's one team I really badly want to say that they're the most improved, but simple mistakes just seem to plague them. Yeah.
Not there yet. Yeah, that's a team that needs to cook for a little bit longer for sure. Give them some more time. And by the way, Jukes, this zone is making it kind of tricky for teams to figure out if it is going to be military base or not.
Okay.
We have like honestly, if you look at the landmass, military base is only a little bit more land than the main island. A lot of it is that water right now. So teams have a lot of thinking to do on how they're going to play this one out, because this is not a zone we get often whatsoever.
No, it isn't. So let's see how teams are going to opt to play it. This is a really dangerous one because you have half of pretty much both islands in this circle. So it could still do a crazy shift to the north. And I think you'd see the hesitation from PASSIONFRUIT, right? They're like, man, I think we just stay here. Worst case, we swim south if we have to. But, I mean, that's definitely not the option they want to go with. But in a circle like this, it's really tough to make that decision. Unfortunately for us, we could see the map feed and we know exactly where everybody is. They don't, though. And, you know, trying to risk going down the East Bridge is pretty insane. Right now, it's wide open, but they don't know that. And if I was in the game right now, I wouldn't assume it either.
Yeah, and you don't even necessarily want to get in position to take that East Bridge either, just because if it shifts back up north, you're hurting. You're definitely hurting. Speedfire picking up a point right now onto the Puppeteers.
Well, I mean, honestly,
pick up the second one.
Honestly, bridge camping, the north side of the East Bridge, technically wouldn't be a bad idea. You know, you'd have to eat blue. You'd have to eat blue, but yeah, it wouldn't be worth. But if that zone goes south, then you could just go down south through the bridge. But
so I think it will end up in the South, Jukes, but some of the north is still in zone, and look at how many teams are still in the north. By the way, the West Bridge, that's in the next zone too. So some teams can still try and make it across right now, or they could take that compound that Excuse is close to, right, in the zone, and then rotate the bridge, take the bridge rotation if it does shift south. This is oh man. Still a lot of options. There's also swimming, and there's also the next circle being in the water too, right? So you could just swim the next zone and stay in the water. Yeah, this is gonna get dicey. What a final day circle,
right? It always is like this, right? When it counts and right when you need the most points, right? This is the kind of circles you get, and I think we're seeing BULUC CHABTAN getting punished for it. I think that's the last player right there. And yeah, just like that, they are out, putting up 0 points. Their hands got to start shaky here because that top 16 is definitely pretty risky. You don't want to open the door for some of these other teams at the bottom. But meanwhile, let's take a look as we see Bomba from Skills in Mind. No matter how many points they put up, they're done for, so they got nothing to lose. They're playing the edge right now.
here.
But I'll tell you what, right, Zute? That is when they're the most dangerous.
Yeah. Definitely does work that way for some teams. Chronic's just waiting for this team to run out in the blue. He's waiting and waiting. Chronic's like, I know you guys are there. I can wait longer than you can.
Woo!
Oh, nice
Good
shots by Boomba.
Yeah.
We'll push them back a little bit, and here comes a drive out. Where are they gonna go? They're trying to pick up some speed, but there's MEZEXIS close by too.
Uh-oh,
So they're caught in between of two teams, and wow, in the car with the DP, he gets a knock. That MEZEXIS player was not expecting that.
Great shots there from Skills. I'm telling you, this is when these teams at the bottom are the most dangerous, when they got nothing to lose, when they know all the pressure of the tournament is gone. And look at it. Look at Bomba starting to beam people. This is ridiculous. It's so crazy that we see this happen time and time again.
Yeah. PASSIONFRUIT's forced to readjust there. They held Juancho back, which I get the idea, but what's the point of holding a player split when he has to just immediately leave anyways when it gets pushed, right?
That's true.
So, and it was very likely it was going to get pushed. We're heading into the next circle. Yeah, there's Execute and Excuse in that position on the west side. They could take the bridge if it does go down south. They'll have to eat some blue zone, and it's going to hurt. But the zone's in a way where they can eat enough of that blue and quickly get out of the blue to heal up before they even have to commit to the full bridge cross. You can see they could drive up to the lighthouse, and it does go down south. So we will finally end up on the military base, and Hyper in the best position now on that high ground, holding a nice split. And there is quite a few teams looking to enter the south side now. Execute's actually going to take the water path. Same with PASSIONFRUIT.
Oof. That's ridiculous. Just look at this, right? The other
Yep,
team at the bottom, Speedfire, now is dominating. This is just insane. It happens almost, it's like almost scripted at this point. It's so crazy.
Yeah.
Teams that have suffered all tournament long, once they realize, hey, you know what, guys? We ain't got nothing to lose, baby. Let's just go out there and have fun. And then we just see them. Look at that. Speedfire, Skills of Mind, two teams at the bottom, most eliminations so far in this game.
Yep. That's just how it goes.
Tubby?
The pressure gets to you, and once you're so far down and you're just like, you know what, let's just have fun, let's just play the game. You all of a sudden start doing better. A team that's not doing better though, K19, they're getting picked apart right now. K19, oh, they still have 3, but they're in a very dicey situation. Can they navigate this HH24 going downhill, getting shot at by Rise? Will stay alive for now. Nobody's in the zone here. Rise forced out into the open.
Oh,
Will go down.
HH24. Actually, it wasn't him that got that elimination. I thought he did, but nope, not that time. Toquito keeping an eye on his squad. Not sure why he's looking in that direction, but you never know why. You never know. Let's see what the rest of the lobby is looking like. You can see Speedfire Jimmy. He's got his eyes locked. Right, this is the right way he should be looking. He should be looking at the edge of that circle, seeing if anybody's gonna push in from the outside, because it's very rare you're gonna see a team from the middle push to the outer edge. So
Yep.
yeah, I'm all about watching players, like literally, like if I was a coach, I'm micromanaging just their vision alone. Like if you are looking into a place you shouldn't be looking at, you're just limiting your information tremendously, you know?
Yeah. PASSIONFRUIT, first to get onto the beach compared to the Excuse and Execute. So PASSIONFRUIT will have a nice little head start advantage. And yeah, they're going to take advantage of that right now. It's going to be fishing season. Trick is already down. He's still got a full team of Excuse and Execute. I'm surprised no one took the bridge option.
Oof. Yeah, I think
On the
everyone
west
just
side.
assumed. Everyone just assumed that it's someone's there, you know, or it's going to be too difficult.
Yeah,
It's-
that's a fair assumption.
Yeah.
That is a fair assumption.
And it's hard. It really is hard, especially when you're under pressure and you don't have a lot of time. And the thing is that as an IGL, a lot of the times you don't want to get blamed for making a bad decision. So you know that going down that bridge is risky. And honestly, nothing really frustrates your teammates more than just getting shot out of a vehicle through your call, you know? So if you could play it as safe as you can, you're going to do that, I think, a lot of the times. But you know what? Sometimes you got to risk it to get the biscuit. And Hyper doing no risk, pushing K19. Toquito tried to throw a nade, misses the mark. Starting to pop some shots off. All that's going to do is let Hyper know exactly where he is. They're going to rotate on over and pop him in the head right out the vehicle.
Easy.
Easy.
Oh, looking to third party that, but then they realize,
Oh,
wait.
it's not. It's an Hyper. Run. Never mind.
Yeah. Yep.
If this
and-
is
and
YKG,
Hyper,
we'd push. But in Hyper, no thank you.
Yeah, and Hyper, none of them got knocked either. And Speedfire up to 7 eliminations now. I think they're dealing with skills of mind.
That's right.
Speedfire and skills of mind getting into a fight now on the Northeast. That's going to be a big one to see who takes it. And in Hyper, they have free reign over like the entirety of this military base island.
Goodness gracious. Okay, well, you know what? The question is, which team's going to have the most eliminations? Who's it going to be? Is it going to be in Hyper? Is it going to be Speedfire? Skills of Mind? What do you guys think in the comment section? Let me know, because this is going to get interesting here. Speedfire is going absolute bananas right now. I'm going to go with them. Why not? Speedfire, the team at the bottom, because I'll tell you what, I'm going to go with confidence. All right? I am going to go with confidence, and I'll tell you what, when a team has got nothing to lose, they are dangerous. And sometimes you even look at Hyper, right? Hyper, heck, they're at the top. They got nothing to lose, but they're relaxing. You know, this is just a victory lap for them. Speedfire still want to prove something, you know?
Speedfire up to 11. 11.
Look at that. I'm the only one that picked him? What? No faith.
I mean, it's in Hyper,
no
though.
faith, dude. No faith.
Yeah, but I mean, Speedfire is racking up a ridiculous amount of elimination points. 11. That's definitely the most they've ever had. Excuse trying to make some stuff work. Matt goes down. Excuse down to 2 now. Gunpain taking some shots now finally. I'm surprised Hyper isn't just third partying
They don't
everyone.
have to. They already won. They won
I know, but that's exactly why they should.
Hey, remember
just...
what I was talking about yesterday about how like you don't want to give teams more information on your strategies going into the finals? They've literally done everything they possibly can. Right? They're winning everything. I mean, most eliminations, most damage, right?
Yeah,
all that stuff.
So it's not new info if they just wipe the lobby right now.
I mean, that's true. That's true. That's true, right? But maybe they want to like make teams hesitate a little bit by saying like, oh, they can play passive too. Who knows? You know? I don't know.
Oh, who
right?
knows?
Right?
They cannot decide to eliminate us
Yeah,
all.
or maybe this is a good time for them to start adding stuff to their shopping carts. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, that's more likely.
That's probably what it is, right?
They're
Just
probably picking up some groceries right now in this downtime.
That's right. Might as well.
Because they just control the whole zone.
They're like,
You can
oh,
see
you know, we got at least 2 minutes to the next circle. You know, let me go ahead and add some stuff to cart, and I'll come back and we'll win the game.
Mobile gaming at its finest right there. But
Look at
in
that.
Hyper,
Oh my gosh.
I think they picked up the milk. Now they're back at it on their phones. Wipe out a team on the east side. That is both.
Come on,
out of them.
Speedfire! Clown.
In an unfortunate position
Run.
now.
Cloud run. I know that you guys got 13 eliminations. I know you guys are gaming, right? But I predicted y'all. Don't go out like this, or at least go out to another team, right? Let's see. Let's see what happens here. Because Hyper have 7, and there's still plenty of eliminations left in the lobby. Kaitis is taking out one of the players. I'm getting nervous. Uh-oh, 14 for Speedfire. Let's go.
4-1-2. Stepping it up this game, by the way. I was just saying at the beginning of this match, I hope we don't see 4-1-2 cool off right before we head into the finals. They are not cooling off. They still have 4 up, Jukes. And I hope the zone goes to 4-1-2. I want to see a 4v4 where Hyper has to push. And that's not very often because they control so much of the zone in the last 3 circles that
Oh my gosh.
they usually control enough of the zone where they don't need a push.
Okay.
So I want to see them be forced to push this time.
Oh, let me tell you this. All right, so we put most eliminations here. Prediction. Speedfire has 14. And Hyper have 9. There are 5 eliminations left.
It's meant to be.
No.
It's meant to be. And Hyper is meant to win this
Clown.
with the most.
Shut him down.
elimination.
Shut him down, Clown. You know what I'm saying? You got the shack, bro. You got off angles. Who cares? You don't need blue zone. You're Clown. You're the legend. Take out Rin. He's on an off angle. Make a play. No, don't look out that way. That was the wrong way to look. Come on, 4-1-2, baby. 4-1-2 Nomads. Most improved team, right? Most
I was gonna
improved
say,
team.
Jukes, you should have dropped a DM real quick to Clown. Just be like, hey, just need yourself for something. Man.
Need
Trust me,
yourself,
trust me.
dude. Oh, deny the point. Deny the point. But never mind. Look at that. You're going to see 10 eliminations so far for NHyper. 4 left. And it's 4-1-2. And they got all 4 up. So they are not nading themselves. They're going to go for this. But I'll tell
they're
you
gonna
what.
Try and win this fight.
All it takes. Nope. Don't do it, NHyper. Come on. I mean, like, look at the angles. Look at the look at the sight lines from NHyper. It's disgusting.
This is like you know how Hydra is like a 3-headed beast right now.
Oh, not a
Hyper-
rotation on a buggy. Oh, he
And
survived.
Hyper's the
Wow.
4-headed Hydra right now. Oh, he manages to find the angle to kind of pin in on the side, but oh, look
Going
how
back?
fast. But no, look at how fast NHyper responded to it. They instantly readjusted and shut down that potential angle. I love that out of 4-1-2. They're looking for plays, and they're not just gonna wait for the circle and hope for the best. They try to look for the play, didn't pan out, and he was smart enough to fall back rather than just stay there and then get taken out. GK first goes down.
3 point. Took out GK first. That's dangerous. And he's not gonna get caught. He's not gonna get rezzed. It's a 4v3.
Okay, here's the hard part though for 4-1-2.
Oh, the
the
zone.
follow up. We see teams get the opening and then they get too like antsy. They get too adrenaline focused because they find that opening. They feel like they have to do something right now and right then, and that's where teams mess up. Let's see if 4-1-2 has the maturity to realize we don't have to immediately do something off of
Uh-oh,
this.
they're going for the res. He's going for the res. He's sending it all the way, and he does make it. Wild. But he's actually in a really tough position now, to be honest. I don't know if I like this res. I don't know if I like
Okay.
it.
4-1-2.
Oh,
Blue zone.
no.
Oh, don't hit that
Oh,
tree.
yes, blue zone. Never mind.
They get the res off. 4-1-2, man. I mean, I know they got the knock, but with 2 players of NHyper looking down on you, it is hard to try and push that knock.
If they did, though, it would have been so sick. It would have been so sick. But it
There
was
was a very good chance
but it was
to
a
get knocked.
really tough spot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, actually, they could have pushed upwards. All 4, right? They could have pushed
That's the
uphill.
other play. That's
Yeah,
the other play.
they
You
could have
push
pushed uphill, and then it would have been still a 4v2 on the uphill. You know that for a fact. But you still have to deal with Kindness, who's like basically a whole squad by himself when he's long range. You don't miss.
I think best scenario was they push uphill with 3 and have 1 covering and hope that guy can really nail his shots. Rin with the sniper jukes.
I love bolt actions. I want to see it. I'm sorry. 4-1-2, I give up. I want to see some headshots, baby. This is my favorite part of PUBG Mobile, watching some good old bolt action shenanigans, and we don't
This
get
is
to
a rematch, by the way, Jukes.
Oh, it is.
Remember it was like a couple days ago, Miramar. It was 3v2, 4-1-2 versus NHyper. It came down to a stare-off in the last 9th circle. 3 up for 4-1-2, 2 up for NHyper, and 4-1-2 clutched it out. So this is a rematch. Now, however, it's a 4v4. And are we going to go to the 9th circle? There's still 1 more after this. But these 2 teams, Jukes, this is a chess match happening right now.
It really is. This is honestly 4-1-2 hoping they get circle. That's really all it is at this point. They're just hoping that they get the zone. Rin, getting popped up a little bit there from free point. Very nice. FSS. Right there in the middle of the wide open. Not in a good position at all. But the rest of 4-1-2, I think, is too nervous to even 3-peek that area.
4-1-2 has to make the play now. That new circle pops up. They're
it's
in
not
zone,
good.
but they know the
They
9th
can get
circle.
FS here. Oh, did Freepoint see where he is? I mean, that looks like a good molly. Oh, he gets caught, though. It was too far as well. They should get the res, but they only have 26 seconds left on the clock. And, yeah, NHyper, they're not going to sleep on this. They're not gonna allow this other teammate to get rest.
It's over.
Yeah, it's over.
It's over.
Deny the
Jukes,
points.
guess what?
Deny the points.
Nope.
Deny the
Nope.
points.
They can still win this.
Gun Pain, go crazy. Gun Pain,
Hyper.
go crazy. He missed all of them.
Oh. Okay, now it's over.
Deny the point. Oh, and Hyper. Woo-wee. End the match with how many eliminations? I believe
14?
14.
14.
14 eliminations. And Hyper showing up big with a nice chicken tender. I mean, it was just too good. It was just too good. But because Fire got it first, I think that matters. I think that counts. Right? Right? Technically a tie. Technically a tie.
Yeah, but credits to 412, okay? Like, they didn't win, but they were locked in a 4v4 against N-Hyper for that long, and they held it down. You know, the whole time N-Hyper was looking for those openings, and 412 was playing in a way where they played enough resistance to not just give N-Hyper the free opening and get wiped immediately. Instead, they dragged it out. So it was an even match the whole time in that 4v4 until the very end. They made a little bit of a slip up, and then N-Hyper capitalized off of it. But that still goes to show how good of a team 412 is. So I'm really happy we saw that 4v4 play out the way it did.
Well, you know what? I think it's time we see what a 1v1 play was, right? We saw, speaking of slip-ups, we saw one earlier at the start of the match, and we do have that replay of some of that knife action.
The knife?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So let's go ahead and take a look at it right now. Let's see it. Let's take a look. Oh, Poppy Sour. Ooh. Oh, it was a punching match.
It was a fist fight.
Oh, goodness gracious. So, hey, you know what? Sometimes you don't want to bring fists to a knife fight. That was sick. That was sick. That's how you start off. That's how you start off the last day.
Yeah, we said anything could happen. That happened. We also had the ping-ponging back 50-50 million. I mean, I can't wait to see the next couple of games, Juke. So I'm sure the audience does too. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back after these highlights.
And N-Hyper is back. In case there was any ever doubt, you know, after the performances that we've seen here out of them. Yeah, they're still N-Hyper. They're still going to continue to dominate. They're still drinking that Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. And I'm not surprised that they were able to do what they did. And I'm not surprised that they were even able to tie for the most LMs, because you mentioned it perfectly. We were kind of talking about it too throughout that match. The way they were able to position themselves there at the end game, as we're going to be looking at the match ranking here, was so good.
Yeah, not gonna lie, sweating a little bit on that prediction, right? Because we put it in when N-Hyper had 4, Speedfire had, I think, 9, and then it spiked up to 11, then it spiked up to 14, and then it became that N-Hyper needed to wipe the field to match. But yeah, either way, like Speedfire, what a good performance by them, but N-Hyper really using that high ground on that military base, that hill that is not just above, I actually don't even know what you call that hill, but whatever, the hill that they won on. That is such a powerful position if you're able to use that, if it's on the south side of the circle and face north in the way that it was in this game. You saw them extend out in like 1-2-1. I mean, even just like a full 4-way belt. Just everyone in their own individual position just because of all those crossfires that they were able to set up and really just keep Nomads locked into that one compound. I mean, Nomads had a really good counter maneuver attempt to try and like really push this like the footsie game to try and push themselves out there. But I mean, honestly, N-Hyper were in the driver's seat that whole time.
Yeah, but the way I feel like this match ranking right here is a perfect example and a perfect message for Speedfire and Skills of Mine. This is what can happen when you guys stop hot dropping each other. You guys are able to get points later on in the match. Speedfire, you are able to get eliminations later on in the match like you were able to showcase. It just so happens that they didn't. It happened at the end of the day. It happened at the end of phase 3. Why? You got.
I mean,
anyways, I'll continue on.
Part of it is that mental game of just like what Hot Jukes kept saying is that they got nothing to lose, so just go for it. And so, you know, there's so much pressure in these games when we're at the very end now. Yeah, whatever, all that's gone. There's not that anticipation of like, oh, what if I mess up? What if something goes wrong?
Well,
but here's the second half of the match rankings. Very low numbers over here, just because so many teams are soaking up a lot of those elims at the top.
Yeah, one team that didn't get the memo in regards to the hot drop, BULUC CHABTAN. Remember, you need those points. They decided to hot drop with Skills of Mine and Rosshawk, and they ended up losing 2 players right away, which pretty much hindered them in a big way. They ended up getting 0 points. So right now, Butterfly Effect is looking at all of this, and also K19 only getting 2 points. Butterfly Effect,
yeah,
it's looking pretty good. They're like, okay, if you guys are going to keep on performing like that, we might not need to pop off anymore. We can maybe play a little bit of what we've been able to do in the previous 2 days, but a team that was able to pop off, and I feel like we kind of have to talk about them a little bit. Speedfire, let's take a look at the player stats, because I don't think we got a chance to talk about this team at all, so why not? I don't think they're going to be making it to the finals. Let's look at this player stats. Oh, no. This is super lazy reflex. Rewind the
from last match as well.
I know that was a great match. All right, I know you were smelling what Hot Jukes was cooking in regards to this team possibly being a surprise once we get to the finals. I know we want to just keep on diving into that, but nah. Let's look at Speed of Fire, because Jimmy 77K with those 4 ilms, and everybody actually across the room, and Clown too, 4 ilms.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at their overall phase stats, and this lines up pretty well with how they perform. Like, generally, you're looking at Jimmy, you're looking at Clown, you're looking at Aravalo for basically staying even. It's that 4th player that they swap between Caesar, Sekiro, and Fresh. That, they're not usually up to the level that the rest of the 3 are. But this is looking pretty by the book for them. And so the fact that when they're in a position to elevate their score in just such a way, the fact that the entire team elevates with it rather than just one individual player popping off, so shows that there is, there's something here for this team to continue to try and foster and to continue and try and grow.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Clown right here. I'm actually enjoying for seeing him being able to get some eliminations, because I remember when he came into the scene with the Philly Esports, I didn't believe in them even when they were popping off, and I was just fully stuck in the past. So maybe in the future, you know what, Speedfire, Clown, we'll be able to see you again. We'll be able to see some pop-off performances out of you earlier in the tournament, so you guys can actually contend there towards the finals, and the team that's going to be going to the finals. And as Hot Take said it, he might be going, they might be going to the PMGC Grand Finals. And Hyper, let's take a quick look at their player stats, because I want to see which. Oh, let's see. Okay, not surprised there. GK first. Okay.
Yeah. GK first, highest eliminations, kindness, highest damage. What more? This is by the book. This is by the book here with everything. And it's pretty low damage received as well. But again, just because they were sort of on the south side and with the drama with the water and all of that, they didn't really have to fight through so many different teams. They really just positioned themselves super well, capitalized on it, landed their shots at range. Bada bing, bada boom.
Yeah, but the way I love what this team is doing now, for today, they decided to switch off Koi for FS. And Koi has always been the big question mark, even though he is able to get a lot of angles for his team. He's able to do a lot of stuff for his team. I'm glad to see that FS can also mix it up whenever Rin is in there too. And Rin is being able to perform as well. But you know what? I'm ready to see what the next match got for us. So Hot Jukes, Sute, take it away.
We are heading into the desert sands of Miramar now this time. And man, Jukes, you said it. Anything could happen on the final day, and we just saw Speedfire match the eliminations that NHyper did. That is Speedfire getting 10+ eliminations on the last day. I mean, if you were to tell me, hey Zute, on last day, Speedfire is going to get 14 eliminations in one match, trust me, I'd be like, I don't know what you're on, Jukes. Maybe you had too much monster energy and it's like just your brain's gone haywire, but they did it. They did it. So who knows? Who knows what else is going to happen today, Jukes?
It's insane. It's insane. I mean, this is what we were alluding to a little earlier on, right? It's just last day shenanigans. We're going to see it. We're going to see it, and I think we already have. So that's what we predicted for the end of the day, and we're already seeing it, Zute, I think we got a lot in store for the rest of the day, guys. So definitely make sure you're drinking your Monster Energy and you're ready to go, baby, because I think things are going to heat up here in the desert. And we got a nice circle just do just that over now. I mean, I hope that we could get an El Pozo finish. That would really be awesome. And it looks like Lotus is actually headed right in that direction, especially with this circle here. They're going to have all that to loot up. I mean, these guys are going to be set up for the rest of the match.
Yeah, and K19 really needing the points. They're still going to commit to that Picado hot drop fight. So we're going to see it one more time. Can K19 clean this out quickly and play the match like normal? Because every time they do this fight, if they do win it, it's after losing players and after taking a very long time. But I don't even know if they're going to win this one because 2 of them are down now. K19 is just...
Wow.
I don't think it's happening.
Give it up. Give it up, K19.
I don't think it's happening.
I mean, they're on some speed fire time. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just makes no sense. Out of all the teams, you know you need points bad, right? You want to make it into the finals, I'm assuming. So, like, why would you continue to do this? I don't get it. Like, drop the ego, whatever it is. Just don't do this. It's just not worth it, guys. It's not.
Well, maybe HH could make something happen. As the Fab coming in here.
The Fab.
Lights up 2. He could win this 1v2 because they're not going to be able to heal up. So both players down to like 50 HP. And this is when you got to play a little bit aggressive, right? You're isolated. You know, the more you sit still, the more likely, yeah, so he's going to go downstairs for an aggressive nade. I like that. Backs up. Didn't find the opening, though. That's fine. At least he didn't just keep sitting still and waiting. He's going to hop out the window, try and make some tricky plays here. Try and split up the members. Force the other 2 to make a mistake to separate. Almost getting that lean peek in, but that shotgun was not good enough. HH also got pieced up real hard down to 1 HP. So it is pretty much done and dusted for K19.
Oh, you hate to see it. You hate to see it, especially from a prominent player like HH24. Ain't nothing you're going to be able to do with 1 HP here. And he's going to go down. So K19, chances of going to the finals looking to be just about done and dusted. Wow, crazy to see. Can't believe I'm saying it. But, you know, Wall Street Bets have been dropping here in Picado with them, and I think they've been getting the better of them almost every single time so far.
Yeah, I think I definitely saw one game where K19 got the better, right?
For sure.
But by the time it was like circle 4 or 5, it was like 1 or 2 members left up from K19, and they're like all the way in the blue zone because they just sat in the blue to take the fight to begin with. That's how long it took for them to win it. So Wall Street Bets, they're happy. They're happy that K19's most likely not going to make it, so they can finally play a Miramar match the way they probably intended to, which is, you know, loot up and rotate, not sit and fight for the first 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes of the match.
Oh. Crazy to see. It's crazy to see. I don't know why. Just every time I watch that, I'm just like, what's going on? Balak's going to take these shots onto Matt. Oof. But just not able to get the dot. It was just the way that bus was positioned. Nice return shots. Wow. Great sightlines. Great awareness there from Excuse. So, Excuse going to go try to loot up the best they can in San Martin. Try to get out of here as fast as possible. Actually, I thought he was going to do that, but he decided to just fix his parking job, looks like a little bit here. So really interesting. Lotus decided to loot up El Pozo as fast as they can, and now they're over here on the highest of mountainsides. Chico is already up on the other one, though, so he is big chilling. I think he definitely saw them rotating, so let's see if he's able to catch one of these members from Lotus slipping here.
And I do believe Lotus has a good idea that Chico's also on the other side, because usually when a team gets up here, they like taking both hilltops. So the fact that they didn't definitely probably means they know the other one's occupied. So YKG and Lotus, kings of the mountain right now. Huge coverage of this entire zone. This is still only the first circle, though. That area, even though it's dead center, could not even come into play come circle 3. So we're going to have to see where the second shift goes. Other teams still rotating in Hyper, making their way into the edge on the eastern side. Looking at Picado. Timing-wise, they know Wall Street Bets still probably needs to loot after they finish up that fight. So in Hyper, might be having a play onto Wall Street Bets now. GK First is definitely looking for it. Look, only 90 shots in the M16.
Ooh.
And Hyper, they don't mess around. They loot and rotate extremely fast. Even if they don't have, as much ammo as other players would like, then again, when you hit those shots all the time, you don't need that much ammo.
Sometimes you got to prioritize position over ammunition. And in Hyper, definitely live by that rule. And it works out. It works out. I think a lot of we talked about this a long time ago, just you and I personally, right? About the amount of ammunition that players need to have. And I think a lot of teams decide to keep a little bit more than what you would suggest, right? But I mean, Miramar is definitely, if you want to be just fully kitted out as much as possible, I think the one map you want to be is here in Miramar, because you're going to be shooting at vehicles like crazy. You definitely want as much ammo as you can get.
Yeah. But the way in Hyper plays is they're so smart with their ammo. Like when they decide to fire, they make it very efficient, right? Like if he could get a knock in Picado, but if it's not going to be Thirst, he's not going to take it. Plus, it gives away his position. It makes it so that Wall Street Bets is more scared to leave Picado, and it forces Wall Street Bets to take a safer rotation, which means in Hyper just won't, or they're less and less likely to get the points. So in Hyper, they're a smart team. They're not going to shoot into Picado, even if it's an easy knock, even if it's a maybe Thirst. In Hyper, I think in that situation, if it does arise, right, they're going to wait for Wall Street Bets to rotate closer and rotate into them, and then start taking shots. And that is a big hard shift. I said those two giant mountaintops, who knows? They might not even be in play by Circle 3. Well, come Circle 2, it's already not in play, Jukes. That was dead center. So we are going hard to the northwest.
Well, looks like we could get that Opozo finish. I mean, it's looking pretty good right now. We can see Lotus going right back towards it. They're saying, hey, you know what? Screw this high ground, right? Let's take back Opozo, because it might just go right there. It looks like YKG is starting to take that area. SLR is super far down south, so that is super interesting from them. But all right, well, guys, for those y'all watching, let your voice be heard. Fill out the survey in the chat to help improve PMPL on future seasons. And while you're at it, check out our social media as well: Esports, PUBG Mobile, and give that a follow. Use that hashtag PMPLNA. Do all the stuff. Click all of the buttons. And right now, YKG is on the button, right? They have pretty much lost they've lost it. They've lost their ticket to PMGC Grand Finals, or not Grand Finals, but League stage. So they're going to have to get there the hard way. They have to do well in the finals. They have to do well in America's Championship. They win, actually, America's Championship, I believe, right? So let's see if we could see a little bit of Phase 1 YKG here right when it counts.
We'll see. They do take center zone, and I believe they took that spot in Opozo. There's that one high-rise building that's exceptionally high. You can get all the way to the top. It's almost like a mountaintop in of itself in Opozo. So we'll see what they can do with that. Meanwhile, on the north side, PASSIONFRUIT and Execute getting into a fight. Execute already got one opening. Trick looking for that nade. That might be good. Oh, does knock Juancho.
Wow.
And damages up the other players that were knocked right there. Juancho is knocked.
Ooh.
Gonna crawl back in for safety. Now Execute, can they execute off this? That's the question.
I will say BULUC was a little slow to get to Juancho. A little slower than I would have liked. Nice fire though. Fate? No way Fate ran in by himself. He's got some time.
We had this talk off stream. Sometimes when the same mistake keeps happening, your teammates need to step up and be like, no, stop. Count to 3 before you do something, Fate. And yeah, he goes in by himself, gets knocked and finished. He did stop the revive though. So in a way, he keeps it.
But you don't have to. It makes no sense.
Okay, well, they're getting the revive.
Yeah, it makes no sense. I'm sorry. There's no excuse there. Like, literally, you throw a nade, right? You throw a Molotov. Or guess what? If you don't have either or, you just shoot in that direction to stop it. You don't have to hard peek like that. Just shoot some shots, just create some disruption, make sure that he can't go for that res, and wait for the rest of your team to get there. Like pushing in solo 1v1. Yeah, if he makes it, we're all talking him hype, but I mean, it's just a risk you just don't have to take.
I think it's for Fate specifically. I think it's the IGL syndrome, man. It's like you feel like because something you got an opening, you feel like something needs to be done now, something needs to be followed up on, and your brain just blanks out and just thinks like, we need to do something. We need to do something. We got to knock. I need to push in. I need to, you know, do something. And it's just.
I'm gonna disagree with you there. I'm gonna disagree with you actually completely. I don't think it's that at all. I think it's the fragger syndrome. You know what I'm saying? I think that he's just like, oh, knock, must push, you know? Because I think a good IGL would actually think objectively like, oh, hey, this is the right thing to do. Where's my teammates, you know? Guys, get over here fast. You know, I'm gonna pre-fire this. I'm gonna just disrupt them a little bit. But just full sending it on in a 1v1 fight, to me, that's just somebody who is like an entry fragger that's just so gun skilled, they just tunnel vision, and they don't even think about what the great play is.
Might be a combination of both.
Could be.
Honestly.
Yeah, it could be either or.
Yeah. So.
But hey, flip your coin. Both are bad. You know what I'm saying?
Both are bad.
So
it's a reoccurring mistake from Fate in particular. So we'll leave it at that. Hopefully, Execute can figure something out in regards to that and fix it up. Now they're down to 3, and we got 4 of Extreme Slayers right behind them. Trick doing the best he can to stop that push, but he will go down. Now Execute most likely going to fall apart. Down to 2. Just kill switching Casper. PASSIONFRUIT is still here up with 4. The zone did shift also, so we are very likely to see an El Pozo finish now. Casper playing it very quiet. Yeah, he knows if he makes noise there, it's hard for him to do anything. Juancho goes. Oh, kill switch.
Got him.
Getting 2 players, but finally traded down.
And he's going to get finished. Juancho going to take those points real quick. Oh, Casper can't. He doesn't want to take the shots. He doesn't want to take the shots. He knows that the risk is just too high. And you see how Extreme Slayers pushed on to Execute. It was just beautiful, right?
Yeah.
Full squad, full aggression. Trick is a monster player. When this guy gets into situations where he's in a 1v1 and sometimes even 1v2s, he could come out on top. But, I mean, with how Extreme Slayers pushed it, no matter how good you are, you're going down in that situation.
Yeah. Fight continues. Casper probably can't do much here. I'd be surprised if Casper can even get a single point now. Because Extreme Slayers, they might not know where Casper is, but Extreme Slayers going to be very careful going down that hillside so that if one of them do get knocked, there should be a trade happening immediately. If they even decide to do that, because next zone's about to shift. They're in a good spot to just rotate depending on where the circle goes. So they might not even take this fight, and they don't have to go anywhere. Circle shifts to the east, and it keeps that high ground in play. I think those 2 teams are going to sit there for one more circle and figure things out, because I don't think anyone, if they don't have to full send into El Pozo, they're probably not going to.
That's true. That is true. So El Pozo finish, right? I asked for it at the start. It looks like we are going to get it. So that's going to make things real fun here towards the end. And we could see a full-fledged Circle 9 finish here. And you can see Bink has his eyes there on in Hyper, but he doesn't want to give away his position just yet. And Hyper, very paranoid right now. This is the hard part about El Pozo, so you can get shot from almost every single angle. So you got to keep up. Look at GK first. Crazy. Just free fire in the window, seeing if we could tap somebody. BULUC CHABTAN, right? These guys need some good points, and they're in a pretty good position here. So let's see how they finish out as well.
We have a lot of 4-man teams in El Pozo. In fact, I think every team inside El Pozo may be a 4-man team. Yeah, so it's going to get very crazy if the circle keeps going into El Pozo. We're going to see a lot of fights as Excuse getting banged up pretty hard, and I think that's Excuse out maybe? Or at least a lot of players of Excuse going out right there. GK first gets knocked, should be able to get revived. And Hyper is playing a 1-1-1 split, so some movement does need to happen for that revive to come through.
Let's see. And Kindness gets a knock on the Chronix right there. You know, Chronix isn't like that, so let's see if he's able to get picked up for the rest of his team. And Hyper did look like they did have one player knocked as well, so they're going to get that res. going here real quick. And let's see where this is going to all end up. Rin, this is the calm before the storm here, Zute.
Yep. You can imagine this as like a giant cooking pot, and we're slowly rising to a boil. Just gotta let it cook a little bit more, and the heat will get there. I don't think any other team really has to move or do anything. Ace of Spades, they're on the very edge of zone on the west side, and seeing as how they haven't really committed or pushed yet, they're not going to at all this zone until we see circle number 5. So just gotta let it cook a couple more seconds.
Little pop
then-
shots.
All hell is gonna break loose.
Oh, yes, it is, and I'm ready for that. Because this has been a little bit of a calm Miramar match here. I think that things got a little bit crazy in that Erangel with, Skills of Mind and Speed Fire going off. I think teams that really need points realize that, hey, you know what? We got to just play this as serious as possible. So we're seeing teams really turtle up here and just try to soak up as many points as they can. And I don't
And
blame
Hyper
them.
making some moves. They're actually starting to pick off Skills of Mine one by one. So even in a situation like this, and Hyper are going to play aggressive when they can. They got another knock on the east side, it looks. So they might actually take out all of Skills of Mine here before the zone even shifts. There's another one. Yep. Wow, in Hyper. So proactive. Just looking for opportunities constantly.
It's crazy. It is crazy. And Hyper just... I mean, this is a different N Hyper. What can I say, right? This is a different N Hyper here. And I love the fact that they're going and we get an opportunity to see how they do pushing from the edge like this, Sute, right? Because we know what they can do whenever they get the center circle. I mean, they just dominate. But now they're here on the edge looking to start making some things happen. And let's see if they can. Because the question for everybody, folks, is which team is going to make it into the top 3? Put your predictions in now. Let's see if it's going to be right. Because honestly, with an El Pozo finish, anyone's game.
Yep. Oh, man. It's a hard one. It's a hard one to predict, that's for sure. I'm going to have to go with SLR.
Ooh,
You cooked them up,
SLR.
and they're in a good position. We'll see if they can make that top 3 for me. Meanwhile, everyone not inside El Pozo now have to make that rotation. And Ace of Spades, BOPE, PASSIONFRUIT on the north, Extreme Slayers, they're already trying to make their way in. This is a lot of teams getting cut down now. The rest of everyone El Pozo just chilling, just sitting in here, taking shots at everyone on the outside.
100%. I know El Pozo all too well. Was one of my favorite hot drops here. A lot of different places you could hold. I really like YKGs. I think they're going to be in a really strong position. Honestly, you don't want to underestimate LOTUS as well. Yeah, these stacks here are rock solid. So let's see if they're going to be able to hold it all the way to the top 3. That's why they're going to be my pick in this particular zone. But you know what? I mean, I don't blame SLR, not in a bad spot. And we could definitely see BULUC CHABTAN put up some points. Because honestly, I love Seven's pick because BULUC CHABTAN, they need him. So he's putting that energy out there, you know?
Give it to him. Bless him, Seven. Joey.
Papa bless.
Joey's looking to bless these players with some bullets.
There you go.
Got a lot too. 280 left in the gun. So may as well take the shots. Ace of Spades on the west side, fighting MEZEXIS, crashing in. Ace of Spades down to 2. They got 1 opening, and it's on to Baton of all players. But now Ace of Spades is only down to 1. Make that 0. So even if you do get the first knock onto Baton, the rest of the team is there.
I mean, that's crazy. I'll tell you what. Baton and MEZEXIS starting to get red hot right when it counts. This is going to be one of those other teams, kind of like when I was talking about SLR, right? Yeah.
Oh, what a nade.
I think this is the opposite of SLR. Like MEZEXIS, for me, just like I would say that SLR is a mini and hyper, I think MEZEXIS is kind of like a mini YKG from phase 1. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like they are just more gun heavy. Like they're playing edge. They do great in fights, especially when Baton's on point. So I mean, if that continues, if they get zone come final times, you know what I'm saying, and they have a wide open lay of the land, you know they're gonna get crazy elimination points.
Yeah. Next zone shifts. It centers right up. And Hyper, this is the big question mark we had. And Hyper, how do they do in these urban environments fighting from the edge? And that is the most difficult edge to fight in from. And in Hyper, they're only down to 3 now. They did lose a player in the process. Wall Street Bets on the south side, they have to come off that hilltop now, but they should have a good idea of what compound is open and which compound to gun for right now. They got the vehicles. They're going to make that full send rotation in. As BULUC CHABTAN desperately trying to get some points right now. You can see it on the map. Taking a lot of shots towards Wall Street Bets. They'll get one. Yuwoon goes down. Will get confirmed. And BULUC CHABTAN, they're getting knocked.
Unbelievable.
They're okay, though.
Yeah.
But that is some heavy return fire onto BULUC CHABTAN.
Wow. Did Seven bless them or did he curse them? That's going to be the question, because if they go out now, ooh, that's going to hurt. They only have 1 elimination point. And if they go out now, I think it's going to be a goose egg placement point-wise. That's tough. Meanwhile, MEZEXIS still popping off here, putting some more points on the board, and Active really started to stand up. As you could see him just applying a ton of pressure on the side of Wall Street Bets.
The PASSIONFRUIT team getting taken out as well. So everyone on that north side pretty much taken out besides XTREME Slayers. XTREME Slayers are still in the match with 2. And MEZEXIS going aggressive. I like this. They really don't have to whatsoever. They have so many play options. And oh, a little bit of slip up. Skyline pushing up way too far by himself now. And Baton Nox trying to support, coming in on the side. So yeah, I think you're right. MEZEXIS is kind of like YKG, the mini YKG, the aggressive team. Like, this is a push they didn't have to do. And they still got a lot to learn, because they lost a player because of it, and almost the entire team.
It's not easy, right? It's the hardest way to play in PUBG Mobile, in my opinion, right? Playing from the edge, trying to take out squads. It's so risky because you can get third-partied. So many things can go wrong. You know, Papa Blue can come and punish you as well. And it's not easy to do, but I'll tell you what, the more you practice it, the better your squad is going to be when the times you do get circle.
Yes. Gotta agree with that.
It's one of the best ways to level up. That's for sure.
Even if you don't get the circle right, if you get it down, if you start making it done, or if you start executing it correctly, that's just more points. That's you clearing up your side of the circle into the later games. And that's you freeing up the zone on your side to do even more. Kind of similar to like what we see NHyper does. NHyper, though, they just, from the get-go, wherever they position, they make that spacing happen.
Let's see what does happen. Yeah, I love it because, you know, not every game you're going to get those circles. So if you're able to still perform and put up points when you don't, that's going to be so good. And the days you do, that's where you just got to go absolutely insane. Where's the zone going to go? I mean, I love it. A full-fledged El Pozo zone and circle. We asked for it. We got it. Are we going to get a Coliseum finish? That would be ridiculous.
Go to the north. And
Dead center.
Center's right up.
Dead center.
Dead center.
That circle is still crazy.
Let's see if BULUC moves, right? Because I'm fairly sure they know no one's to their immediate north. They haven't heard a single gunshot from there. So they should get a somewhat of an idea that, like, okay, the dead center of El Pozo right north of us, maybe no one took that. Maybe it's still open and it's center. We should make a play for that. SLR, they could go right in front of them if BULUC CHABTAN takes too long. I want to see one player.
Wow.
Nice shots. I want to see one player desperately right now. I want to see one player of BULUC look for an advanced positioning rotation. They don't need all 4 sitting back here taking shots.
Well, are they going to do it? Let's see. Yeah, right now they're just holding the spot, and I think you're right. Pushing up is going to definitely be the play. Let's see what happens, though. Let's see if they have that heads up. Excuse goes down. 8 teams remaining. Wow, Excuse went down with 0 placement points right there. And look how deep we are into this match. Stage 7. That's crazy.
Picking up those points. BULUC doing a good job looking for them. SLR has not moved ahead of them. And SLR is going to play the edge. No one's going to jump to the middle. And NHyper doing a huge drive play. Gets the knock too out of the NHyper have been practicing their shooting while in a vehicle, because that is not the first, second, or third time I've seen them get a knock like that.
Nice return shot on GK first. Hops in the dumpster, gonna go ahead and get this first aid off, and you can see this huge bowl right here. YKG forced to take it as the zone has closed towards them. And let's see if they can. 34K doing the jump, and it's gonna go down to fall damage. But he should be covered and should have enough time to get picked up. YKG's pushing this though on N Hyper. Full send.
Yeah,
2 players.
2 of them pushing. Yeah, N Hyper down to 1. YKG.
It's kindness
2v1.
though. It's kindness. Don't underestimate him.
They're going for the revive in the back, so they're going to slow down that 2-man push, and I like it. They pushed up enough to pressure, but they do know it is in Hyper, so they're not going to risk it. And honestly, I like that play specifically because they know it's in Hyper. If it wasn't in Hyper, they could definitely pressure a little bit harder and push up more, but with it in Hyper being in Hyper, man, you do not want to risk anything when you have a teammate out in the back of the zone getting revived.
Well, let's see where the zone is gonna go, because actually, no, it's not going anywhere. Right? This is it. This is it, folks. I don't think the zone. Yeah, the zone's gonna close to where it is. We're gonna get to stage 9, and it's gonna go down to nothing. So this is your final circle, and it's gonna go all the way to the end here. SLR still dead center. So I mean, they're in a really good spot with a lot of real estate. I mean, they're
in the spot that BULUC could have had, but BULUC just was busy with all 4 players just trying to shoot at people. No one taking the initiative.
Still have 4 up, though. They still have 4 up.
Yeah, they could push together as 4 now, but I don't know how good that's going to work out. We'll see if SLR could identify the correct position to focus on and defend from. As YKG, 24K goes down again, this time not going to be able to get revived. And Hyper, just a thorn in the sides. And Hyper really need to find a way to clean out the Hyper team now, as the zone is going to start closing into nothing.
Wow. Okay. Oh, FSS thought he was outside of the Molotov, but he's burning and he goes down. And Hyper eliminated via the Molotov from Joey. Burn, baby, burn. See you later. Meanwhile, BULUC CHABTAN starting to press in the apartments over here, trying to catch SLR off guard. And this is both the predictions from 2 of our people here on the desk. So let's see if they can stay alive.
Oh, he's dead center. He just needs to hide now. Yeah, SLR, they were focusing on too many fronts, not identifying the back. So it works out for BULUC. But in another world, it could easily have gone the wrong way. And Elegy, he's actually take some shots. If I were him, don't even risk it.
This is it.
He's just, he's asking for an aid.
Cameron.
He is asking for an aid.
Cameron, 7, this is your prediction for top 3. He cannot go down, and then my prediction is getting absolutely shredded as Chico and Joey both go down. I said, hey, you want to throw an aid at me? Oh, all he needs to do is throw 1 more, and Fierce is done for.
Not even. The blue zone.
Got him.
Yeah.
Got him.
It was Lotus. Top 3. There's still 4 teams live. Elegy, of course, in the center of the center. Lotus looking to make their way. I think Inactive's going to go out next. He's on that rooftop. He's got to run all the way down. BULUC are looking like they're going to win this match, honestly, with them controlling the center. But it could easily go wrong because Lotus still have 3.
100%. Well, guess what? Yeah, here comes the zone. This is going to go all the way down to nothing. BULUC CHABTAN, they have to watch out because this is the hardest thing when you have so many teams going up against you.
Oh!
Uh-oh. MEZEXIS up on top. It's just Inactive. He's got the Groza, and he's going to go down to the blue zone. Oh, he does. That's right out of top 3. So it looks like 7 is going to be the only one that's going to get a point here as BULUC CHABTAN do make it into the top 2 and possibly going to win this game, but they're going to have to take Lotus Esports out in the process.
I just want to say all of BULUC were on the bottom. I don't know why he left the 2nd floor. He could have just sat still and waited in 3rd party. Look, yeah, the zone is closing where he was. He could have just hid in one of those rooms as well. So many doors, but comes down to the 3v3. Lotus versus BULUC. Lotus getting the 2nd floor. They'll get the high ground. Nades raining in. Fetty drops down, throws one. Can he find anything? He finds a lot of damage. Molotov is good as well, forcing BULUC into one spot.
Nice shot.
They get the opening. Running into their own Molly. But Lotus take the win.
Wow.
Getting that high ground, coming back down. The molly was good, really putting in a lot of damage. And BULUC, they still take a second place finish, so good for them. But Lotus will take the chicken dinner.
Wow, huge heads up play for them. They throw out those smokes very offensively and then just start throwing all the utility they have in that corner. They knew exactly where they were. They were able to out-rotate BULUC CHABTAN and take the center zone and make plays. I mean, we saw some nice shots from BULUC trying to be able to turn things around from them, but honestly, once they got that position, it was all over.
Yeah, I think BULUC was just not proactive enough, but that's fine too. They played a very slow and safe conservative style, which gets you into those top threes and gets you the placement points. So good job out of BULUC regardless, but Lotus Esports taking the win. YKG Chico putting in the most eliminations. And Wall Street Bets, wow, 05 with 1,000+ damage.
Crazy stats, guys. I mean, this is only going to get crazy here as time goes on, so make sure you don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back.
Look, we were this close. This close. And to be fair, I only picked you guys because of the storyline, because I kind of want you guys to contest for that top 16. Are we going to be looking at the match ranking here? They get some solid points, so I'm not against it, okay?
They were in a good position in the circle as well. Don't pretend like you just threw it out there irrelevant of what was actually happening in the game.
I mean, with the teams that were available, though.
It was an urban finish. There were so many teams available, as we saw that there was still like 5 teams up in Circle 8. Down to the wire about my prediction. I'm mad about that one.
Cam, I'm gonna need you to stop cursing teams, please. All right, that was too close for SLR. I feel like they could have gotten that 3rd place. But to be fair, I mean, all jokes aside, for SLR, they were playing it so well right up to the point where I was like, N-Hyper is gonna start pushing them, and that's one of the reasons why I didn't even pick them with SLR, because I even told you, I was like, how close is N-Hyper to SLR? Because if they're very close, yeah, that's not going to be a good outlook for them, ultimately. When they did fight, when they did end up losing some players to N-Hyper, is ultimately what ended up hurting them SLR, as they were just trying to back away from that fight.
Yeah. But ultimately, looking at the match ranking, really good point grab for Lotus Esports. They've been kind of quiet so far. I remember correctly, they had a really good start to the week, put themselves in a good position on the Phase 3 leaderboard. Good return to form after being quiet for a couple of games. Then MEZEXIS as well, following up with not back-to-backs in terms of wins, but like showing up with multiple solid games today. This is a team that, I don't know, like I feel like they should be performing better than they have been so far this whole season. But games like this remind me that they're a team to take note of.
Yeah, and I think it comes down to if Batan is wanting to frag out or not. I don't know about this match, right? But in the previous match, when he ended up getting most of the ilms for this team and so on and so forth. By the way, YKG, 11 points. That's a good bounce back out of them, considering that in the last match they were not able to get that many points. I think they ended up with just 1 point, so good to see a little bit of a bounce back out of them. And you know what? I actually want to continue on. Stream Slayers, noticeable mention there with the 3 points, because K19 is also a team that's in contention to try to get to Butterfly Effect, which was in 16th place when we started the day.
Yeah.
The season overall. Butterfly Effect, I feel like they're starting to have a downturn. They're not. I might have cursed that team.
Yeah, but like, look who's below them. K19 with another 0-point game. I'm looking at the overall, like the season overall of like qualifying a top 16, and with only 2 rounds left, and especially with BULUC having to sit out the next game, it's looking fairly locked in that it's going to be Excuse and Butterfly in those in the 15th and 16th position.
How about BULUC? BULUC just got some points.
Sorry, yeah, Excuse and Butterfly. I said BULUC. Excuse and they got some points. BULUC got some points. but they're still 20 behind Butterfly, or sorry, 10 behind Butterfly, and they have to sit out this next game.
True. You know
they're in
what?
Group B.
Before we actually show the overall for this phase, can we take a look at the head-to-head between BULUC and Butterfly Effect just to see how these two teams are performing? Butterfly Effect is going to be pretty much playing the last 2 matches, and as you mentioned, BULUC CHABTAN is going to be sitting out this next match. But I mean, look at the stats, right? And I mean, they are able to frag out, but I feel like it's that one stat that we're not able to see in regards to placement points, where BULUC is currently being able to outdo them in a big way too.
Yeah, and it's also BULUC have had a couple of stinkers today as well. They've had some really good rounds.
Yep.
But like it's because this is what, after 3 for them. So you know, it's 1,000 damage per. But when you see that there are a couple of rounds that have like really good damage, and I don't know, it's just not that consistent send, and the gap that we have that we saw the Butterfly able to make. You know, I'm not gonna lie, this is not a good day for Butterfly Effect. This is not convincing me that they're going to maintain this level of this threat level come the finals. But as far as their job this week of making it into the top 16, it looks like 90% chance that has been successful.
All I'm saying is, Butterfly Effect, this upcoming game, take advantage that BULUC CHABTAN's not going to be in it, okay? And take advantage of some of the madness that you're going to be getting as well. But let's take a look at the overall for this Phase 3 to see where the teams are currently standing. Once again, no surprise, and Hyper currently being able to perform. A big surprise, though. Look at who's in second place. You mentioned them.
MEZEXIS surging up to second place. SLR surging up to fourth, overtaking NOMADS. Like, NOMADS have, I think they started today in second place. No, this has been a terrible day for NOMADS. I actually don't even know how to, like, frame them as a team anymore. Because coming into this week for 412 NOMADS, it was all about, like, oh, they're really good at getting placements, but can they get the eliminations? They started off this week with being able to get a bunch of eliminations. But now that we're in the final phases of it, yeah, they're going to qualify to finals anyway. But, like, I don't know what sort of expectations we should have for them.
Yeah, and for me, I mean, I feel like the biggest question mark, and this is something that we've been talking about when we've been watching their game style, when we've been watching what they're able to do here and there, it comes down to their eliminations. And it's so noticeable here. As you can see, SLR right there with 92 elims, NOMADS with only 76, and then below them, YKG there with 91. Yeah, Wall Street Bets, you know what? That's not a team that I'm even putting when we go to the finals in a possible top 5. But NOMADS was giving me that vibe. That was a team that could be within that top 5. Right now, it's just, I don't know. I'm not liking what I'm seeing out of them. And with Extreme Slayers, I want to continue to see some of the stuff that you were able to show us yesterday. Remix, come on.
Yeah.
Where's those performances at?
Yeah, well, they've had some good performances today. They were able to maintain them. Like, they got what? Oh, actually, wait. Let me take that one back. I only just saw the numbers. They only got 6 points on the day. Oof. I mean, there was a good. Okay, there was one good moment. I think it was on Aragel with the Extreme Slayers, or maybe it was Vigenti. I don't know. My memory is all a blur right now, I'll be honest. But BULUC CHABTAN, the performance that they've had so far puts them in 10th, above Butterfly Effect in 11th. But again, this won't matter in the context of the overall, like, seasonal overall, if they're ahead or not. They're still so far behind.
You think? I mean, hold on. Actually, leave this on for me, production. BULUC CHABTAN's currently at 104 points. They started off the day with, if I'm seeing this right, they started off the day at 86, so they have already gotten a good chunk amount of points. And you were saying that they started off the day, I think, 20-something points behind Butterfly Effect.
They're now. I'm looking at the updated numbers now. Butterfly Effect are currently in 16th place on the seasonal overall with 254. BULUC CHABTAN are in 17th with 244. So they're 10 behind, and they have to sit out. Again, so if Butterfly go out with 0 points, there's a chance. And it's Sanok.
Possible.
So there's always a possibility that Butterfly go out with 0 points. They've been going out with 0 or 1 point so far today. So there is a chance, but it really does rely on what happens this next map on Sanok.
Yeah, and if anything's to show in regards to Sanok, if I remember right, yesterday when we went to Sanok, Butterfly Effect ended up hot dropping in Paradise Resort against Canadian Eagles, and that ended up working out there. But I'm hoping that's not the case here, right?
No,
we're talking about teams playing their style. Keep doing what you're doing. Butterfly Effect, not for this time, okay? Do not do it. Do not hot drop. You need every single point, because BULUC CHABTAN right now is looking at you guys. It's like, ooh, that 16 place is getting closer and closer.
Yeah.
10 points. I'm doable for the last match.
I'm not saying Butterfly need to do the thing where they just try and find center of the zone and prone and cross their fingers. Like, don't go that far of, like, conservativeness. But yeah, don't hot drop. You need to have, like, some sense of control and agency in your fight. So like Garrett just get like 4 or 5 points.
Yes.
But like yeah, this is gonna be, you know, BULUC are gonna be biting their fingers this round.
He's
I can
not
promise
saying
you
it.
that.
I'll say it. Butterfly effect. Just fly away to a place, hide for a little bit longer, and get those extra placement points because we're going into Sandhog with Hodgix and Sute.
Hot drop, okay? Hot drop. Don't listen to Seven. Don't listen to Cameron Davis. One of those guys know. You know what I'm saying? We'll send it. Take it to Paradise Resort, baby. I mean, hot drop every game. K19, Wall Street Bets, Skills of Mine, right? Speedfire. Look how good it's worked out for them.
Yeah, it could go either way. I just personally want to see some more crazy circle shoots because we've seen circles we haven't seen all tournament long happen right now on this final day. So, Northwest Zone, where it actually ends on top of the mountain, in the game Passionfruit is not playing in, that'd be perfect.
Oh.
That'd be so perfect.
Butterfly effect didn't go to Paradise. Oh, goodness gracious. So it looks like they got what it takes after all. Okay, they're gonna go and head on over to where Passionfruit normally likes to land. Now Passionfruit, I don't believe are in this game, right? Yeah, so they're not playing in Sandhawk. So a nice heads-up play from them, right? Realizing that they're not, but they are next to 412, and they didn't get the circle. So that is a really tough bet.
Oh, man. All the circles have been so crazy today, and now we get one that I think we've seen quite a bit on that southeast side for Sandhawk, and a player did already go down. I think, yeah, Skills of Mine picking up 2 quick ones onto the Puppeteers.
Here they go. Skills of Mind. I'm telling you, one of the most dangerous teams in this lobby because...
Oh, no, Speedfire.
Oh, Speedfire, yeah, Speedfire. And Puppeteers, actually. No, yeah, Skills of Mind. Here we go. Faye taking some shots on a bomba. Speedfire nearby as well, so... I mean, yeah, anytime you see a player of Speedfire, you know they're near close. And, oh, wow, what a shot.
Yeah, no, that was actually Speedfire shooting from the backside. So Skills of Mine getting caught in the middle of 2 teams. Now they lost 2 players. Puppeteers still here. Speedfire was the team that lost 2 early on against Skills of Mine. So now Puppeteers are here to play the third party, and Speedfire still putting in damage from long range. Faye with the UMP jumping across. That's enough.
Wow. Faye gonna go get the confirmation here on a Trixie boy. Actually, it's gonna be Lu Jiang that's gonna do that. So Skills of Mind and Speedfire, right? They had a little flash in the pan, right? A couple games ago, but now back to true form.
Yeah, Butterfly Effect got a point onto 412. So things are starting to heat up a little bit on that Northwest Island. 412 and Butterfly Effect just playing a very split drop off the bat, so some very isolated fights happening right now in the background. Speedfire doing what they can, but they're trying to replicate that Erangel game, just not able to.
Ooh, hate to see it here. And all it takes is a couple little slip-ups, and you are gone. And you know where that slip-up starts, UK? Hot dropping once again.
He should have just stopped and went for the 1v1. Because then if he wins it real quick, right, he could go and get the res, and then they have 2.
That's true.
But now it's just, I don't know. We've seen solo magic happen out in Sandhawk. It's very rare, but who knows? Maybe he'll get top 3. Yeah. As Ren goes down. Sure. Excuse stepping up, taking down some of NHyper. NHyper down to 3-man very early on. We don't usually see that happen too often nowadays, but it looks like it still can happen to NHyper where they lose a player extremely early. Gets wasted by Dong. Dong is a player that can take his ones all the time.
I'll tell you what, Dong's a player that if he's in Sandhawk, he's just 10 times more dangerous. I'll tell you what, there's something about the tall grass, the fresh air that Dong just likes, because this dude is insane when it comes to Sandhawk.
Puppeteer is picking up 4 points now. This is a team that needs to heat up for the finals.
That's true.
Like, they have the potential. They were hot phase 1, and then just nowhere. Just nowhere to be
gone.
seen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's crazy to say. I mean, but I mean, it is what it is. You know, Extreme Slayers kind of been hit or miss ever since as well. And
They've been so consistent though.
yeah, they really have though,
Yeah.
right? Extreme Slayers have been putting up points, but they're not putting up those crazy points.
Yeah,
I think
that
more
we were
often than not.
expecting.
Yeah. Meanwhile, what do you think about Excuse?
Excuses. I think Excuse is a team that's just slowly learning and improving, and they'll have some missteps from game to game that'll like set them back a few steps.
Mhm.
But overall, it's like a slow ascendance to like the right direction, especially with
Okay.
Chronix, right? Able to lead the charge for the team and like really step up when it's needed. So I think off the back of Chronix, Excuse is on a good trend upwards. Like Chronix is anchoring the team enough so that they don't just, you know, crash and burn. They have a good baseline to work off of as the team slowly improves overall.
I gotta agree with you there. Gotta agree with you. Chronix definitely has been stepping up for the squad, and usually when you have one player do so, it's just you just see other players fall in line. So,
Yeah. It's so nice to see that happen.
It really is. It really is. You see teams start feeling better, more confident. Because you know what? I'll tell you guys, it takes a lot to play at this level. You know, the nerves definitely kick in. And when you have a really strong teammate that's just putting in work, man, does it make you just feel better and more confident about yourself. And we just saw what confidence does to Skills of Mine and Speedfire just a couple games ago. But now I think just going back to old form, you know, saying, hey, we did what we did. We proved ourselves. And now we're just going to continue to do some craziness.
If there was ever a flash in the pan, that was definitely a flash in the pan out of Speedfire on the Air and Go games. I don't think we're going to see that anymore out of them. Extreme Slayers in a decent position, pretty central. This first zone, by the way, a lot of it is that quarry area. So it could get very tricky if it keeps centering up there. And, oh, Execute. Pulling up really close. Fate getting some info, getting shot at.
Uh-oh.
Not in a good position. Execute. Trying to go for a really deep rotation, but everything is already taken on the southern side. I think Casper's out here stuck by himself. And Hyper could have heard those silent shots too. Peek out a little bit and toss a nade over. Yep. Oh. Yep.
Let's see.
Oh, that... If that hits, which it looks like it will.
Ooh.
Oh, it doesn't. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't indeed. So let's take a look here at Casper. Mighty close here to end Hyper. What's he going to do? What are you going to do, Casper? He's being a little sneaky little snake right now, just trying to find an opportunity. He's so split up from the rest of the team that he's scared to run down the hill in the open.
Yeah, and he made noise too, so Excuse is looking his way. They know there's a player stuck back there. As 412 still fighting with Butterfly Effect. This is on a northwestern island, so it's in the blue zone. You might not be able to tell, but yeah, now in the player POV, they are slowly cooking in the blue. One down for Butterfly Effect and one down for 412. So this is just a very long and drawn out fight.
Well, I'll tell you what, it may feel long out and drawn, guys, but you know what? There's only this match and one more left to go, Zute. All right? This is huge.
Puppeteers.
This is so huge for those teams that need to put points on the board. SLR getting caught by Puppeteer and getting punished. This is where SLR suffer the most, right? Just getting caught in just early game fights. You rarely see them come out of it alive.
Yeah, and Puppeteers stepping things up out of nowhere. 6 eliminations already. This is the Puppeteers that we have not seen since like the first phase. So maybe they're starting to heat up. They're starting to heat up a little bit, just in time too. Yes, Canadian Eagles from the hilltop though.
Wow.
That's okay. They'll get that revive.
Put some points
Canadian
on the board.
Eagles, are they gonna push this? I don't think Canadian Eagles is the type of team to push down on this though.
No, they are not. No, they are not. So I'm looking here at the overall. So K19 and BULUC CHABTAN are not playing in this match. Actually, no, K19 is. K19 is playing in this match. BULUC CHABTAN, I'm sorry, is the one that is not playing. So K19, has a pretty thick gap, right? Almost 30-point gap from Butterfly Effect right now. So if K19 really wants to make it into those finals, they really should be focused on just trying to push everybody, you know? I mean, if it's going to be in any match, it's Sandhawk, right? 20 elimination chicken dinners are possible here. It's not very likely with this kind of circle. But you know what? They're in a decent spot. Let's see. They're going to be playing from the edge, right? They got to soak up some crazy eliminations. Nothing less than 20 elimination chicken dinner for them. Nothing less.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough, and I don't think it's gonna happen.
He's owning. He started. It started.
It started.
HH24 got a knock. That's it. That's all it takes.
Step 1 out of like 1,000.
That's right.
For,
hey, but step 1. Still step 1. Step 1. Oh, Taquito not getting knocked. Step 2.
Taquito making it out alive. Can he?
Back it up.
Do it?
Back it up. Beep, 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 beep.
That's
out
pretty
of
good.
there.
That's pretty good.
Out of there.
Not bad.
Step 2 done. Step 2 done.
They're in a terrible spot though, Chicks. They're on the northeast of the edge zone, so that means look at this circle. They're gonna have to either fight uphill or cross down into the open on the roadsides, and it's just
okay.
It is tough.
Hey.
The west side looking very clear there. Look at all those teams grouped on the east.
Ooh, YKG's going to be able to push into this one like no problem. But hey, you know what? K19 is on the edge, right? They're in a very tough spot because they are on the bottom of the hill. Uh-oh, Taquito not making it alive. That's against step 2. Rest of the team, where you at? You got to get there. You're going to need all 4 up here for this Sandhawk match, especially with this kind of circle. And they are getting beat up right now. One thirsted, another knocked. It's not looking good.
It wasn't gonna happen. You and I both.
A boy can dream. A boy can dream. Lotus.
You and I both knew.
In the heart of the cards, right? I definitely knew. But still, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes you want to just see some magic happen, and it's gone. Well, let's see. Right now, right? All eyes are on Butterfly Effect. Butterfly Effect is definitely in the sight line right now because they have a 10-point gap between them and BULUC CHABTAN. Here is the time for them to make that gap as big as possible, right? They already have 2 eliminations. Yeah. That's solid. But they did lose a player early on. That is going to make things a little bit more difficult for them. Meanwhile, we're going to watch Loaded. Oh,
Chronix needed
Chronix?
Oh, no.
Get him out of here. He said, you know what? I'm done. I
cooked it just a little bit too long.
He's like, look, I'm in 15th place. There ain't no way BULUC CHABTAN going to catch up to us. We're out of here.
Oh, this is bad. But Wall Street Bets have been out. And can they steal the point away? They do. Kai will steal that point away. So Wall Street Bets helping out a little bit. And there is the Execute team looking to nab some points as well at this fight. You can see Kill Switch and Fate looking over this way. You can see Fate's not peeking anything because he probably has that mini map up, figuring out the next rotation.
Excuse. First getting knocked by BOPE. Wow.
Butterfly Effect. They picked up some points earlier, I think. Butterfly Effect up to 4 elimination points now.
Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, we missed that, and those are some huge points right now. Hopefully we can focus on them a lot right now because that's going to be super important for this overall storyline. Meanwhile, you know, Excuse putting up points is really important as well because honestly, like if Butterfly Effect have a good game here and BULUC CHABTAN go off in the final match, then I mean Excuse could be on the chopping block as well. So they really don't have to do a lot. They just need to put up some points here. Some points to make themselves more confident just in case because you just never know, right? It could still happen.
It could still happen indeed. Next zone about to shift. And it goes to the west.
Wow.
It pulls away from NHyper for once.
Wow.
Good to see. They're in a good, decent spot, though, to pressure everybody away and then try and edge into that circle on the eastern side. Could be a huge game for Execute on that south side with the high ground and cave involved. And YKG as well. YKG still have 4 up, hopefully, or is it just 3? I think it's 4. Yeah, they have 4 up, and they have that giant mountain within their control.
You got Extreme Slayer is pretty central in the map. So we are here at stage 4. Folks, the question is going to be which team will win the match and where will this circle go? I am hoping that we have the craziest hard shift down to the south because That's where Cave is. And I want to see Cave finish so bad.
Could see it.
All we need is like
It
3
a
hard shifts.
possibility. 3 hard shifts.
3 hard shifts
Lotus.
directly to the southeast.
Lotus, one of their members is knocked. Excuse lost one of their players. They were at 3, now they're down to 2. This is one of those situations where you just take the fight and you hope to get the points here. Because with 2 players with a circle like that, you are not making it in.
Rosh trying to just put some rounds downfield. Meanwhile, one hitter trying to find some angles. Definitely under pressure is Lotus here. Excuse. Uh-oh, you see him busting out the knife. That's dangerous. Fishy. Oh, trying to get a nade knock here onto Matt. Oh, I think he heard the pin. Yep, he heard the pin. He backed off.
Yeah, both players backing off.
Nice
Matt
shots.
readjusting right there real quick. Swinging his sight lines. Rosh gonna take that nade. Fishy's got to go. He's in the blue. Matt's still holding the nade. He's cooking. Can he get it? Can he thread it in?
Got him.
It does go in. He nades himself. But hey, honestly,
Take it.
you got the point. And they need every single point they could get.
100%. So how many is that for excuse already? That's 4. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. You know, it might be enough. It might be enough. We'll have to see, though, how it all turns out at the end of things. Meanwhile, Canadian Eagles, oh, yeah, completely stuck out. Oh, wow, baby brain, not able to get that knock. That's tough.
Yeah. Taking a very, very slim angle, playing it safe. Could be a little more greedy. Watching for that player behind the tree. He already got the
Definitely.
knock. He wants the point. Blue zone. Still closing in. Canadian Eagles will go down to 3.
Gotta give.
One of them stuck in the blue. Baby Bray. Oh, he has to focus on Puppeteers and Canadian Eagles, so he's got a lot to look at.
Meanwhile, center zone completely wide open. I think every team thinks that that little shack there in the center is taken, but it is not. Meanwhile, starting to see some nades come out. Blue zone starting to put some damage as Long does go down. That's pretty tough. Remix. Let's see what he could do. Remix up on top. This is a really good spot to get sight lines, but man, it kind of paints you in a corner here. You can get knocked from that spot so easily because so many players check that every single time.
Definitely. So Extreme Slayer's doing a really good job defending against Canadian Eagles and
Baby
the
team.
Puppeteer teams. Putting out a lot of pressure. And oh, one of the Puppeteers did breach in. Is that Dong? I think that might be Dong. Things might get spicy here.
Let's
Brady
see.
should win this fight. And oh!
What
Just
a
as I say
shot.
Of course it's Dong.
It's-
Of course it's Dong. He gets finished, but Dong would win that, wouldn't he?
No, he sure would. He sure would. Now, which team is going to win this match, Zute? That is the question. I am going to pick a team that I don't have faith in, but I'm going to pick them anyway. It's Execute.
Oh, you read my mind.
It's
Or
Execute.
I read your mind. We both. I'm gonna go with them too. I
Ugh.
feel the same way. They should win this.
They
I mean,
should win this. They should
in-
win this.
They're in a great spot to win it. I'm not gonna say should because the next circle
No,
could
they should.
still make things. Okay, all right. We'll see what happens. As they're doing good right now. They gotta watch out for Butterfly Effect and YKG.
Look at
but
this. They have
are
so
in a
much
strong
real estate.
spot.
They have so much.
They are. If they study in hyper any at all, they should know how to play this out and get that winner chicken dinner with a lot of eliminations. This is Cave, right? And hyper usually have this spot, and this is exactly how they would do it.
Just apply pressure, right? Focus on one team at a time. Don't do this crazy split and try to cover 5 teams with just 4 players, right? Just you see Cloudy down there. That should be an easy pickup. There's no way he's making it up this hill. So get that confirmation and then just push up little by little. And then most likely going to be putting pressure on YKG here.
Now, this revive may go through. I don't know if that's in nade range. Trick's got 2 nades.
Kubi.
He could've- Oh,
Wow.
Kubi gets it instead. Fears goes down too. So, I mean, this is what I was saying like a while ago. When you get that knock, sometimes it's better to let them go for that revive.
Kubi.
He's popping off.
Kubi's
He
owning.
got 2.
Kubi versus YKG. He's got 2 of them so far. And he's about to get 24K with that nade. Oh, never mind.
Oh, that scope's so thick on the edge. I don't know if you saw him cross over.
Yup. Yeah, that's so tough. It's funny how you bring that up, and now you can just see it now nonstop. You know? Oh, he sees him now. He sees him now.
He see? Oh no, does he not?
He
Okay,
has to,
now
he has
he
to, yep.
sees. Yeah, but
Completely.
he's definitely like, oh wait, when did he cross over to the right?
Got him. Kubi.
Nice.
1v3 against YKG. Now it's time for him to go 1v4 against Execute. Tricks out of
Pass.
position. Tricks out of position.
Oh, nade in hand. Oh, they both got nades in
Kubi
hand.
on the run.
Oh,
Safe. For now.
He's backing up. There should be
Trick, wait.
easy.
Trick should be waiting for his team. Because if he gets
Throw some
knocked, he's getting
nades.
thirsted.
Let the blue zone do the work for you. Yeah, Trick is just letting the blue zone do the work.
Perfect. Beautiful.
That's
Nice.
good. You didn't risk it.
Yep,
You
don't
didn't
risk
risk
it. Yeah, just this is where you just pre-fire, just let him go down, and then you now have complete control of all the high ground for the rest of the game.
Oh, Chico actually managed to go down the hill. I thought all of YKG were done for, but Chico's still in. Extreme Slayers, yeah, had to hold off a bit too much. It seems like they went down from a 4-man only to a 2-man. Extreme Slayers would have been my second pick, seeing as how they were holding the zone with 4 up, but just too much for them to handle. So Execute, this is Execute's game. It has to be, like you said.
YKG, do you get eliminated? It's Execute versus 2 players of Extreme Slayers and 1 final player of Canadian Eagles. This is their game 100%. There's no way they lose a 4v2. Zero chance.
Not even Execute can mess this up.
Not even, yeah, not literally, not even Execute.
Oh, and they got
can
the
mess this
zone.
up. Yeah, and they got zoned. Yeah, 100%.
If this was Speedfire in Execute's position, maybe.
Let's put it this way. Probably me, you, Cameron Davis, and 7 could win this game.
Let's see, blue zone closing in, and it's 3 points to Cat Execute coming in.
Beautifully done.
With the win. There we go.
There it is. Nice confirmation. Faith restored. Faith restored, okay? I feel a little bit more faith in my stomach here watching Execute win a game when they should.
Yeah. Finally, good dub for the Execute team. Just slow things down. Just like how Trick did it, right? Trick ran up, and then he didn't fully commit. He just ran up, pressured, stayed a little bit back, was going for the nades rather than, running up for the gun. And it worked out. It worked out. If Trick went down there and got thirsted, Execute, they could have lost, right?
Yep.
Because one knock onto them, then it's a 2v2 at the very end against the Extreme Slayers. And it's a whole different story. So just keeping all 4 up is so important.
Oh, what it made me think, right? What if Fate was in that position? Would he have pushed, right? Or would he backed off like that? That's what we're talking about, guys. When it comes to Execute, all they got to do is focus on the basics. And if they did, I think we would see them here at the top of the leaderboards here. We want to see better from them. That's why we criticize them, guys. We still got 1 match left to go. Can BULUC CHABTAN
The last one.
clutch it up? We'll see. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Okay, butterfly effect. All right. You must have. But by the way, before I even go into that, to answer Hot Juke's questions there, we would have to, first of all, myself, Cameron, Sute, and Hot Juke, we would have to drink some Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. And on top of that, we would probably still be washed because there's no way we would have won that match, okay? I have zero belief in us.
Hey,
zero.
No. Come on. Give us some credit. It was a 4 versus 2 with the last remaining players of Extreme Slayers in one tiny little corner pocket. Like, we definitely had a snowball's chance. Like, it's definitely possible.
Slight chance. You know what? I'll switch it from no chance to a slight chance. So I'm telling you, there is a chance. But you know what? Let's actually take a look at this match rankings, because some teams that needed to perform were able to perform. And look at that butterfly effect. 10 points for them. By the way, congratulations, Execute, on being able to get the win. I almost picked you but I doubt it. You know what? It is what it is. But butterfly effect, I feel like, is the biggest storyline here, because that is a team that needed to react, considering that BULUC CHABTAN wasn't playing this match.
Yeah, YKG and Execute started to fight on that hill. It was actually Kubi specifically from the butterfly effect that really just showed up and got those frags. And it wasn't looking great for butterfly up until that point. They had a couple of eliminations at that point, but because they were stuck in the blue for so long with a sort of head-to-head against the Nomads on the Northwest Island, they got those eliminations. They eliminated Nomads eventually.
Yep.
But there was always going to be a question of how can they then pivot into like being involved with the rest of the map after arriving so late. So the fact that they were able to find an opportunity in the late mid game there to get a couple of extra eliminations on top of that, got 5th place, 7 elims, 10 points overall, making the gap between them and BULUC now 20 points on the overall leaderboard. BULUC have a big game ahead of them on the final Erangel match.
They do. They need to win, and they need to win with a lot. And I mean a lot of eliminations. Talking about eliminations, a team that actually surprised me here in this last match, PUPPETEER, being able to pop off there with 8 eliminations. This is a team that I've been hyped about since spring, especially when what they were able to show us in the finals of PMPL NA Spring, and then coming into this season, phase 1, they did good. And then as the casters were saying, we really haven't seen them at all. It's a team that's going to be in the finals, and I'm hoping this is hopefully a sign of life out of them with those 8 limbs, because I want to see more out of them.
Yeah, they're a weird one. I'll be honest, they're a weird one.
Yep.
Moving on to the next page here.
Another weird one, 412.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening with 412. It's gonna be all up in the air about what to expect going next weekend. But Excuse with 4 elimination points, I think that's basically done enough, because they're now at 270 total points. They're basically not gonna get knocked out. BULUC are gonna have a huge game if Excuse if Excuse are worried about being overtaken by both Butterfly and BULUC, which is what it'll take for them to be knocked out of the finals. BULUC are gonna have a 16-point win, and it's possible. We've seen BULUC with good elimination wins multiple times, even just this week. But it's coming down to one chance. They have one chance at it on Erangel. So I am gonna
Cam, I was going to tell you, the thing is, if for some reason they do end up with those 16 elements, right, and they are able to tie them in regards to points, I feel like the BULUC CHABTAN would actually win the tiebreaker, because they do have most wins, at least so far for the season. I think they have 4 wins compared to 1. So there is a chance.
That's so wild. I realize they have 4 chicken dinners, but they're in 17th place. Whereas if you scroll up, Nomads have 4 chicken dinners and they're in 4th place. That's just wild how feast and famine BULUC CHABTAN have been. But hey, it's been a couple of famines so far today. Maybe this is the feasting round.
It is. And you know what? A team that was able to feast in regards to elims, butterfly effect. Let's actually take a look at their player stats to see who was able to perform. Kubi, not surprised here. We were talking about Cloudy there for the longest time a couple days back. And I'm happy to see Kubi here being able to put out 519 damage with those 3 elims too.
Yeah, and D as well, chiming in with a couple of knockouts. His damage is looking good. Cloudy and Jason are the 2 players that I look in this team to be the sort of main core firepower of this squad. And even though Kubi, he's really showing up as that sort of late game clutch player. He might not win you a full team fight. He might not even win you a game. But when you're backs against the wall, he'll get 1 or 2 elimination points on his way out. And that is so valuable to have on a squad.
Yeah, well, he's getting those elimination points. He's probably going to be able to clutch up some more placement points, as we were able to see in that last match as well. But overall, for this team, I feel like now with the gap that they were able to build, now they're going to have a little bit of pressure off their shoulders. They're going to be able to relax a little bit more, and we can take out the little violin, the little whatever you want to do for K19.
Hear me out.
There's no way K19, it's just not mathematically
No, K19
possible.
are out of the conversation right now. It's all about BULUC CHABTAN right now. And I could see there's an argument for Butterfly to hot drop BULUC. The reason why is hot dropping is very, very risky. You run the risk of ruining your opponent's game, but you ruin your own game to do that. And so when BULUC are looking to have a really, really strong game, if they're the ones that try and enter a hot drop, even if they win, they're still going to be on the back foot for the rest of the round. But Butterfly, they don't need to win. They just need to make sure that BULUC can't have a good game. So even if Butterfly hot drop BULUC, lose that fight, as long as they don't lose immediately, that's gonna throw BULUC off of their game enough that it's gonna make it that much harder for them to have the series that they need to overtake them. It's an option. It's a possibility.
Yeah, you keep talking. I'm over here standing like a proud dad with a big smile on my head, on my face. Did you say hot drops?
When it makes sense, hot drops can be a valuable tool. When it makes sense. And with a 20-point gap, it might make sense.
It definitely makes sense. If there was ever a chance for it to make sense, would be right now. You know what, for everybody watching at home, let us know your predictions for this upcoming game. Is there going to be a hot drop? Is there not going to be a hot drop? Are we rubbing off on Cameron Davis because he's now starting to think of hot drops? Make sure you use that hashtag PMPLNA, because I know once we do go to the casters, I don't even think we're going to be showing them because we're probably going to be going into the game. But Hot Jukes, I can hear him saying, let's go, Cam. Let's go, baby. Hot drops. I'm all for it. And I kind of want to see some of the other teams hot drop too. I mean, it's the last game, you know, for phase 3. Now it's pretty much said and done. Some teams are going to be fighting for some bonus points here and there. But overall, so just quick yes or no. Hot drop, butterfly effect, blue CHABTAN.
They're not going to. They could. They're not going to, though.
No. In your heart, do you want them to?
I want them to, but they're not going to.
Yes, but you want them to. That makes me happy right there. And you know what? Yes, Hot Jukes, Tute, butterfly effect, blue CHABTAN, hot drop, yes or no? I already know the answer. Why am I asking them?
Let's go, baby! Bring on the heat, bring on the action, because you know what? If you are BULUC CHABTAN, it all comes down to this, right? This is the difference between making your dreams come true and going home for an entire off season. That is not what you want. And I'll tell you what, you gotta put your own future into your own hands. You do not want to let butterfly effect run around this lobby, soak up points so much that you can't catch them. And this is the last game, Sute. This is the last game. Those teams at the bottom got nothing to lose. I wouldn't be surprised if they just go rush everybody and go crazy. So, BULUC CHABTAN, I don't think you have a choice in the matter. I think if they don't hot drop, they're not making it.
Okay, all right. We'll see very soon how this goes. It all comes down to this. And it'd be a shame to not make that top 16 by just a couple of points. You play for 3 weeks just to not be able to play the final week. That would be a travesty. I'm looking at the map, Jukes. Right now, I see butterfly effect going down towards BULUC. It looks like they're going towards military base.
Oh, look at the zone.
That is a difficult zone for sure to work out. We'll see how the rest of the match plays out, but no hot drops, at least not BULUC and butterfly effect. It looks like no one's getting hot dropped. So, oh wait. Oh, SLR getting their fingers warmed up a little bit in the last match. They'll get the better of Wall Street Bets here, taking down one member. And this isn't a bad idea too, like to kind of be a little bit more assertive on the last match, or even in the last day against teams that drop near or around you. Not even on top of you, just near or around you. Just like push them back a little bit. Just let them know, like, hey, we want a little bit more territory. We want our splits to be a little bit bigger, so you guys can back off and stay in Raza completely.
This is what we like to see. This is what we like to see. You're right. I mean, this is a great point, dude. This could be this last opportunity for these guys to kind of set their ground. You know what I'm saying? And just make teams hesitate going into the finals, because the finals are going to be a huge deal next week, guys. So make sure you mark your calendar. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's going to be fun to watch. We'll be here and we'll be ready. So meanwhile, we're going to watch YKG on the south side near Primorsk. My eyes, though, BULUC CHABTAN. And guess where they're at, Zute?
They're at the military base.
Oof.
And that bridge could be camped.
It's over. It's
on
over.
top of them.
There's just no way. Let's put it this way. I'm going to say this. I'm not going to say it's over. I'm going to say I have no faith, and I feel like it's over, guys. Because, I mean, I just don't get it. I mean, going to military, I understand you're trying to play your game, that's your place, you know, but you're betting on a military circle in this situation. Knowing how many points you need to get in order to get into top 16, it just looks like they're just saying, hey, you know what? We're not putting this into our future. We're just going to play our game and see what happens.
It could still happen. It could still happen. This zone definitely not doing them any favors, of course. So, butterfly effect. They don't know where BULUC is, but they're definitely keeping a close eye out on the elimination fee. And butterfly effect, they can still put up a lot of points themselves. We saw the other day, Cloudy popping off, right? I think he got up to 8 eliminations or something like that by himself. So maybe they take this very last game to get, you know, finals ready. Just like instill some of that confidence in yourself and just go off. Especially if they see in the elimination feed BULUC is eliminated, then they're in the 100% all clear.
Things are just getting interesting. My mind, I'm just staring right now at the map. I'm looking at some of these teams right now and trying to figure out how could they possibly get out of this situation. And you know, when it comes to squads like BULUC, CHABTAN, I don't know how. They're gonna have to push Ace. They're gonna have to beat Ace, go up the bridge, and then just continue to go crazy after that. And I mean, trying to do all that, Zute, and not losing a member is gonna be ridiculously tough. Now, Butterfly Effect are over there by Milta, so they're still looting up Big Chillin'. Everyone else is playing it pretty passive, so they're not rotating into this circle very quickly at all. So who knows? I mean, for BULUC, CHABTAN, Extreme Slayers has to push on to Butterfly Effect. They have to beat Ace of Spades. They have to go up the bridge without losing anybody, and then still go crazy at the end game. I mean, what do you think the odds of that are?
Not very good. Not very good at all.
Well,
a lot of teams taking their time, honestly, in this last match with the zone that
just
far
enjoying
to
it.
the west.
Just enjoying it, dude. Because you know what? This is the last time. This is the last time for a few squads for sure. Skills of Mind, right? K19. No, I'm just kidding. Right? Let me see. Who is it that is not going to make it? No, yeah, K19.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, K19.
Yeah, K19. Wow, K19. I mean, wow. Come on, guys, right? I mean, and I'm gonna say it's K19 purely because of those hot drops. I think that they crushed
the ones in Miramar.
Every Miramar game was just gone. You know?
That is true.
Like they just threw a goose egg every Miramar game, and if they put up decent points every Miramar game, they're in top 16.
You're not wrong, Jukes. Yeah, that hot dropping constantly ended up biting them in the butt. The ego drops, right? I get committing to it for like a whole week straight, but at some point, you got to give it up. And they didn't even give it up today.
Yeah, well, it's... Oh, man, this is crazy. They didn't give it up. What were you saying, Zute? What were you saying? I think you were trying to mention about, you know, K19's hot drops just struggling time and time again. And it was purely off ego. I remember we were talking about it earlier on, and you were just saying, hey, you know what? They're doing it purely out of the goodness of their hearts, right? They're not thinking about it. They're just full sending it. And it's just crazy to think that that's going to cost them, I mean, a potential trip to PMGC. I mean, could they have made it in America's Championships? Who knows, right? But now the chance is gone completely. It went from, you know, make it a 10% or 5% chance down to nothing. So that is pretty tough. That's pretty tough. Meanwhile, YKG pushing up onto MEZEXIS here. And let's see, Chico popping out the vehicle, starting to see if he can pop out one of the players on MEZEXIS out the car. But I'll tell you what, YKG, don't sleep. Don't sleep on MEZEXIS, because these guys have been starting to heat things up a little bit. And here comes the push. They recognize that one player is completely out of position. I love the aggression here from YKG. Right on time. Inactive knows that he has to make a play, and he's not able to do so. So great revenge there from YKG. Their backs are now clear. They might get this res off. It's looking tough. Here comes Joey going for it. And they had that hill perfectly in place. great recovery from YKG, in all honesty. Like, that is something that I think we've been waiting to see for a long, long time. So let's go, baby. This is the YKG I know the for a fact that I've been waiting for. Oh, Joey! Jumping out the way just in time, knocking out Bato, 24K, saying, I'll show you how it's done. Runs them over in the process. So I called MEZEXIS earlier, like a mini YKG. And heck, YKG is showing true form right now.
Yeah, it's the David and Goliath in a sense. But yeah, MEZEXIS not getting the better of that one. The circle so far to the western side. This could be a very fun one for us to watch, as Radio Tower is in play. That's always a great spot to be in. YKG popping off some shots in the long distance. K19 running into PASSIONFRUIT. Gets the better of that one. That is PASSIONFRUIT out of there. HH frying some celebratory shots. I mean, if you can't make it to the finals, celebrate your small wins, I guess.
Take it to the bank.
Yeah.
To the bank, because they would need to like take out this lobby, I think, at this point. But guys, you know what? The most important thing is y'all, and make sure that your voices are heard. Take the time to fill out the survey in the chat to help improve PMPL on future seasons. We appreciate all the feedback, all good and constructive, right? Constructive feedback, guys. That's what we love to see. So let's go ahead and take a look at right now the bridge camp between Butterfly Effect and BULUC. CHABTAN. This is the hugest fight. This is the hugest fight right now. Oh my gosh, it's happening on the eastern bridge in the blue zone. And right now, I'm just going to keep on going that. BULUC CHABTAN loses, I think, 2 players in the process. Butterfly Effect with 4. Butterfly Effect had to know. They had to know that BULUC CHABTAN was going to go and do this crazy bridge rotation. And that is disgusting. They're going to take off from that fight. So it's gone. It's over. We missed it. But BULUC CHABTAN gonna tuck tail and run away from this fight against Butterfly Effect. And honestly, I don't know what for. I mean, they have 2 players up. I could see why they're trying to do it, but I mean, it's over. It is over.
Yeah, I mean, with 2 up at a bridge camp situation, I think that's one of those few situations where you turn tail. But if it was like a 2v3, 2v4 in the like more open area, you got a better chance. Like a bridge camp 2v4, it's just insta death, no matter how you do it.
So.
And talk about outbraining your opponents, right? BULUC's easier rotation path was the west bridge, but Butterfly Effect just knew. They just knew, like, BULUC is playing so scared. They're going to be so scared that they're not even going to take the western bridge, which is the
Get punished.
easy bridge to go across, right? Because that's towards the circle. They're going to be so scared. They're going to take the eastern bridge, and we're going to camp them there. And it worked. Talk about outgaming your opponent, and that's almost like insult to injury right there. Oh, wait.
Wow.
Look at where Jason's going.
Yep. That's the right play. That's the right play.
Oh, my. I want to see this. I want to see this.
This is the correct play.
Oh.
Because honestly, why not?
Beautifully done.
Butterfly Effect, right?
Yeah,
Honestly, who cares about
exactly.
this? I could care less about this fight right here. Right now, I am only focusing on the map feed. And I suggest you guys really keep an eye on that, because that is where the storyline is. Butterfly Effect are putting all their cards onto making sure they dominate BULUC CHABTAN. And this is what they get. Honestly, this is what BULUC CHABTAN gets for sitting idle, right? For just sitting idle, trying to play their regular game. Butterfly Effect did the opposite.
Oh, there
and
it
look
is.
at that. Cloudy
There it is.
takes down Illusion, and there's only 1 player up left. And pretty much toast right now at this point. Let's see. Could that player, if that player did something 1v4, oh my gosh, that would be insane.
Yeah, it's over. Canadian Eagles right now on your screen, so trying to make something happen, and they take down.
Good for them.
Extreme Slayers.
Meanwhile, there's still 1 player
Happy
up
Sour.
for BULUC CHABTAN. Oh, and there he
And
goes.
there we go.
Well, we caught the end of it, guys. And that is
Cloudy.
the end of BULUC CHABTAN.
Look at that. Cloudy putting 4 nades into Pappy Sour. That is the definition of the nail in the coffin, right? When your name pops up 4 times right there to be like, this is your end. Well, it was a, I can't even say a good try out of BULUC CHABTAN for this final game, because when so much is riding on the line, you don't drop a military base. We didn't talk about that at the start of this match, right? I was just like, oh, they're going back to their military base, but you put yourself at so much risk. It is so easy for a team to camp you, especially if there is a team that would want to camp you. They should have changed their drop spot.
I mean, this is just... I said it the second I saw it. I was like, what are you doing? I mean, you're having to literally bet that you get a military island circle. And even then, it's not for sure. So I love what Butterfly Effect did. Honestly, I got to give 10 times more props to them, right? They stood in Milta. They had the big brain. That's a huge call out for the IGL to know that, hey, you know what? BULUC CHABTAN's going to run scared, and we're going to shut them down in the process. And this is what I want to see more from teams. This honestly gets me so excited because I'm sick. I am so sick of seeing teams play a normal game and hope for the best. That's not how you win, right? That's not how you win championships. That's not how you even get further in this game. You got to be able to adjust your strategy and do anything it takes to try and get to that next level.
Good looks out of Butterfly Effect to make that executive decision. And we need to see more of it. Just like you said, Jigs, we need to see more like that in the future. Ace of Spades on the edge of the zone on the southeast. All of these teams here playing, minus K19, I believe, are going to be seen in the next week. So, end this one off with a bang. Let's see who could do it. Who could put up some numbers right now? Canadian Eagles already with 4 points. Not just any 4 points. I believe all 4 were on to Extreme Slayers. So that's a tough opponent to take down. So Canadian Eagles trying to fire themselves up before we head into the finals.
Absolute madness. This is just crazy. Butterfly Effect. I mean, so proud of these guys for being able to clutch it up here right when it counts. So we're gonna see them into the finals, and the whole lobby saw that. The whole lobby saw that. So at this point, it's just a fun ride to see just who can make some plays. You know?
Oh man, I don't know.
YKG.
I don't know how that happened. I wish we could have seen the YK. Okay, the map I see on the map feed, it's a little bit delayed, but YKG full sent this location with all 4 into one spot. That's very un-YKG like. They usually have at least one player holding off an off angle so they don't get trapped in like that. But that's what happens when you send all 4 into one little bowl spot. You get surrounded and taken down. So that is YKG out. We say it's good to make mistakes now before the finals, but that's a mistake that I feel like YKG should have never made. They know better than to do something like that, so they get punished for it.
Just like that, they're gone. So, oh man, so crazy to see that we see players go that quick. Meanwhile, let's see how the rest of the teams play it out, you know, because this is just that victory lap here. Victory lap to see who is just going to be able to make some plays. Wall Street Bet still up. Let's take a look. We got Puppeteers dead center. We got a nice little Western Gatka circle. And I like the fact that Excuses decided to take that radio tower. That's a really good position.
Next circle is going to shift soon. A couple of key power positions taken by different teams. Will it come into play on the next zone? That's the big question. So right now, Speedfire still alive too. But I said earlier, K19 is the only team that's not going to be making an appearance next week. Speedfire as well. They tried their best. Maybe they could at least go out with a bang like the first Stare and Go game, right? 14 eliminations. Maybe they could get 14 again here. They're going to need that circle blessing, though.
Oh, yes, they are. Let's see if that's a blessing they're going to get. And where's this zone going to go? I have a feeling it's going to go north. We're going to get a nice little hay bale field finish.
Oh.
All right.
Wow, okay. Good zone for Speedfire, too. There's 2 teams that's going to look to push into them, which they'll end up getting caught on each other. So there should be a good defense out of Speedfire. Plus, Wall Street's Bets in the zone on the west side. they're going to be able to help out Speedfire too if they get crashed on. So we'll see how this shakes out as Lotus and K19 looking to make the play.
And let's see how this is going to go. So K19... Does K19 make it if they wipe out the entire lobby?
The entire lobby? I can't do quick maths right now, Jukes.
Maybe?
We'll throw in a question mark maybe. But first, I'm not even going to entertain that until I see them get 3 knocks and 3 confirmed points, which I don't even think they're going to be able to pull off right now.
Okay. Well, let's see. All right. I think they need to wipe out the entire lobby and win. So 25 eliminations, maybe 30. Who knows? Who knows what the math is, right? Who knows what the math is? But K19 going to have to pull off a miracle here, especially since Butterfly Effect is still alive, putting up points. Yeah, it's pretty much going to be impossible here at this point.
Speaking of Butterfly Effect, they are in that northeastern dip right on the edge. It's a good dip to just stay alive in. Let's see if they get some more circles. Blue Zone is slowly but surely crunching in. Lotus forced onto the west side into Wall Street Bets and the sightlines of Speedfire at the same time. Yeah, this is a difficult push. This is one of those pushes where you just kind of have to full send. If you try and take it slow, it's just going to get more and more difficult in my opinion.
Well, the question is, right, which team's going to win the match? Sute, what's your prediction?
Let's give it to Canadian Eagles. Why not? If they can win this one, yeah, it's either Canadian Eagles or excuse. I'm hoping Canadian Eagles wins this fight. And he's on fire. He goes down. Oh, that was a self-molly. Okay, I jinxed that one bad.
Well, let's see who's going to get the most eliminations, actually. So, who's going to get the most eliminations here? You can see excuse. Throw in that nade out. Oh, it does piece them up pretty good. And these guys are in trouble.
Excuse should get a little bit aggressive there. They put in a lot of damage, but Excuse is down to only 3. So that's why they're probably a little more hesitant on getting aggressive. They're going to keep using their util because they have it. And Canadian Eagles, they're stabilizing. They looked really bad, but they stabilize. Oh, Chronix gets one.
Oh, nice.
3v3
Oh,
now.
that nade was good. That hurts. Yeah, Chronix got in a buggy after that one. He said, yo, they got heat-seeking missiles. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, Chronix was like, I did my job. I got a knock and the confirmation.
I'm gone.
And old Quinn getting one right there. 3v2. Chronix so smartly just repositions immediately. This guy is being so proactive on the team. I said earlier, Chronix is like the baseline for the team. They are able to play off of him to slowly improve together as a team. And yeah, Chronix making these plays, that's how it's done.
They do lose Kai in the process. Rosh is just not able to find the same angles. You can just see the fighting IQ from Chronix, right? The angles he takes, the rotations he does. The rest of the team just a little bit behind on where they should position themselves. Look at this off angle. Absolutely disgusting. And right now, it's just really just him. Rosh is just laying down, just waiting, you know? He could be going to the other side, trying to catch him on that angle, and just trying to do a pinch. I mean, it's tough from his position, you know?
Yeah.
But right now, he's just circling. You know what I'm saying?
Chronix is doing everything he can right now. And I think Chronix did enough to funnel Canadian Eagles to the other side, which is what they really need to do.
Rosh actually, yeah, inside. Okay.
Okay. It looks like they're still going to push right into Rosh. So Rosh needs to be ready here. Got the rifle in hand. Baby Tank's got that DBS, though.
Rosh is ready. Quinn gets popped up a little bit. Does Rosh see him? Oh, Rosh is making too much noise. He's making too much noise. He's going to get so close. He's going to see Quinn in the smoke. He hears the shots. Does he not see him? Oh, it's close. He gets away. This is dangerous.
Baby Tank's still there, though. Circling the other side. I don't know if he could hear the crawling sounds because the smokes itself makes a hissing noise, which might cover it up. And Rosh thinks, oh, Chronix found him. Somebody found, oh, no, wait. Just camera switch, camera angle. That caught me off guard. Baby Tank is still here. Baby Tank's looking the wrong way. Elsewhere, Speedfire gets crushed by Wall Street Bets, and Speedfire down to their last legs in the form of Ariello. Can he hold it down? Nade coming in. And
he's gone.
Oh, the bounce. It's good.
Chronix catches Sicario. I mean, this dude is insane. He is just fragging out of his mind right now. Really just putting on a display saying, hey guys, we are here to play. He does go down from that off angle from Baby Tank. I mean, that's what happens when you're just trying to do so much. Rosh finally stands up, and it's just too late.
Canadian Eagles, let's go.
Let's go.
That's my
nice
pick right there. Yeah, 4-1-2 on the east side. It's a lot of just fragmented, isolated fights. Everybody's just doing what they can to win. Canadian Eagles, they take control of the not the Wizard Tower, the radio tower. From that position, they're looking good to close out this game potentially.
To close out this game, they are definitely looking to do. So let's see right now. There's 4 teams remaining, guys. Last game of the PMPL NA Fall Split League stage right here. Finals going to be coming to you guys next week. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Make sure to mark your calendars here as we watch this victory lap from some of these players. I mean, this is the last time we're going to see some. They're already pretty much out, but all these players we're watching right now, they're going to be there. They're going to be there in the finals, putting in work. And I think a lot of these teams we've seen a lot of improvement from. Wall Street Bets, definitely one in particular.
Yep.
412 Nomads, we've seen some big signs of life from.
Yep.
Canadian Eagles, you never know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They could put themselves in some pretty solid positions. So if they get some good solid zones, they could definitely be a threat. And then Puppeteers, anytime you see Dong and Sandhawk, you better be scared.
SLR, another team to throw out there. Also, YKG, right? Maybe a couple days off. They'll be back in, phase 1 form. They started doing better towards the end of this split, or not this split, this phase. But will they be that dominant team that could potentially take first place? That is still a question because they haven't really showed it yet still.
Let's see what Quinn decides to do here. Quinn taking some shots onto a limb. Now we're seeing Canadian Eagles just dominate. This should be their game. They're putting so much pressure on either side of the field. They do have to watch out for Wall Street Bets, though. That's one team I think they definitely have to keep an eye on.
Don't get too overzealous here. Feel things out a little bit more. Yeah, baby
gun
tank.
pain. Oh my
22.
gosh. Just like that.
This is one of those situations where you'd want to play a little bit slower just to see if the enemy has
far behind the
sightlines
rainbow.
on you. They played a little bit too fast. They got overly greedy, and now things are falling apart from them. It's just down to one Canadian Eagle. 3 point. Goes in for the kill. Doesn't even need to. It was the Puppeteers. Dong. Dong finding the angle from all the way out here. Using an offensive smoke to use that position too. Because Wall Street Bets can't see him now. Now Dong's going to fall back. Dong being very proactive just like we saw Chronix being. So Dong, Chronix, Baton, these are some star players' names that constantly make things happen for the team.
Dude, Dong has risen. This guy is now starting to heat up. You got to watch out because I'll tell you what, if this guy shows up like the way he's showing up right now in the finals, I'll tell you what, Puppeteers could be on top. Could be on top. There's so many different teams. I'm telling you, finals, since it's only 3 days long, the bonus points are going to be a bit of a factor, right? They're going to help teams, at least offset, maybe a game or two.
Yeah.
But, at the end of the day, any one of these teams can still take it come finals time. And I'll tell you what, Puppeteers, they get some good zones. And if they've been playing like the way they have been, like today and some of the other days we've seen, I mean, we could definitely see them in top 3 very easily.
The big thing, though, I think, is, no big surprise here, Jukes, but Hyper, they're taking a whole lot of bonus points
Oh, yeah.
into the finals. And usually before before bonus points came along, yeah, it is literally just a hard reset. But with Hyper being finally consistent, the only question is, are they going to choke? That's it. But with so many bonus points, it is hard to choke that. We'll see when the time comes. But this fight, is still going on. Puppeteers 412, Wall Street Bets, Puppeteers with 3. Wall Street Bets add a nice off angle onto both of those teams, right? So they can have a nice timing of a third party. And honestly, I think that's what they should do. Honestly, if Wall Street Bets doesn't shoot, if Puppeteers tries to push into 412, that could work out better for Wall Street Bets.
100%. Let's see. Oh, if Wall Street Bet's going to be able to get the last chicken dinner here of the tournament, of this league stage, at least. Meanwhile, Puppeteers on the run. I love the fact that Puppeteers is being so active here. They're really trying to control as much real estate as possible. This off angle, though, from Wall Street Bets is a huge threat, and they're trying to take it out right now.
Yeah, they're so smart out of Puppeteers to go the other way.
Oh, yeah, Ji-woon stood up. Shouldn't have stood up. Should have just stayed right where he was. But, hey, sometimes you start feeling that pressure. And you're like, hey, you know what? I got to make a play. And Wall Street Bet's gone. So here we go. Puppeteers versus 412.
Yeah. Puppeteers, very smart. It looked like they were setting up to push 412, but they were like, hey, let's explore all our options. And they find the Wall Street Bets team at the off angle that would have really dampened their push. Now they can push for free. No other teams to worry about. 3v2, Free Point doing the best he can. Goes down. It's a nice knock, though, from Free Point. So Liam has to deal with a 1v2, a 1v1. Can he clutch it out? He's got 2 stuns. He doesn't know where Liu Jang is, though.
Oh, he's getting angles. Liu Jang knows exactly where he is, and the blue zone's coming. He's going to have to run out in the wide open. It's all going to be about gun skill here. Aleem has to make a play.
He goes prone.
He goes prone. Does he get to see Liu? He might. Oh, he better watch out, because that just gave away his position.
I mean,
he's going for the res. That's not the play. That is not the play.
1v1.
Okay, yeah. Now he can focus 100% on the play he needs to make. But he has all the information. I'm talking about Aleem. Liu Jang, I think, does know where he is in a little bit. Oh, he's shorted the nade. He's panicking.
What a way to end this 3 weeks. The 1v1, 412 Puppeteers. Liu Jang, pre-fires going back and forth. It all comes down to this moment. Aleem going into the open, the blue zone. He misses the chance. He gets some shots, and this is good. We're up to the hay bell. The lead, the DBS.
Wow!
Out of Aleem, the DBS, the pop. You can always trust in the DBS for those clutch moments, and that will be 412 Nomads closing it strong. That's great. I remember, I think Sandhawk game when we went to the desk. 7 was saying 412. I don't know about them. They're just on and off. They're just on and off. Hey, they turned it on at the very last match. It was not easy. Look at the damage received out of the 412 Nomads. Not an easy game for them to win, but this is the 412 Nomads we want to see coming into the finals, Jukes.
Oh, absolutely. What a crazy way to finish off the league stage right here. And honestly, I mean, could that been, a highlight moment worthy? You know what I'm saying?
Maybe.
Could it have been? That was a pretty sick play. I mean, clutching it up there right towards the end, last minute of the tournament. That is what we like to see. So 412 Nomads. I was talking about how they're one of the most improved teams so far this tournament. I really look forward to seeing how this squad does in the finals. Yo, Zute, any last words here before we go?
Finals, baby. Be there.
Let's go.
Because it's going to be hot. That's all I got to say.
Yes, sir. Guys, we're going to go ahead and take it on over to the desk for them to wrap things up. That's it for me and Zute, and we'll see you guys in the finals.
Puppeteers. I'm really trying here, okay? I was happy to see Dom being able to get Illims. But Blue Jang, that was the biggest throw we have seen so far this phase, and I think so far this whole season of the PMPL North America. You knew exactly where he was. You decided to go back to the revive. You start reviving Dong. You back off out of the revive, and now you find yourself in a pickle. And he also had chances to actually win it, and he just kept throwing. As we're going to be looking at the match ranking here, that was so tough to watch, Cam.
Yeah, he had about a number of different chances to clutch that went out in the final 1v1. But good job on Aleem on playing it cool.
Yes.
Aleem was like, the blue was on him like the entire 1v1 at the end there. And he played it cool, calm, and collected. Very well done. Good job on NOMADS to clutch that one out. Getting 11 elimination points. And yes, the casters are right. We were questioning like what can we even expect from NOMADS. So it's really good that even on the final round here, for them to come out with a really solid win to sort of hopefully like, bolster up their own confidence going into the finals. Now, there's a whole, 4 or 5 days before the finals start. So it's not going to be direct momentum from that. But regardless, they're going to be a sleeper pick, I think, for top 5 to advance to America's Championship.
Yeah, I can see them maybe getting that 5th spot.
Yeah.
But I still got my doubts. But another team, I mean, besides the throw there at the end, Puppeteers, it is good to see Puppeteers finally starting to pick it up here. This is the second match, too, that we see today out of them that they're able to perform well. Hopefully, they're going to be able to go back with Blue Jang, watch that VOD review, fix those mistakes, because I feel like they definitely won that match. And Canadian Eagles, for the longest time, Canadian Eagles has been this team where we thought they were going to be able to have what it takes. They kept improving. First of all, even going back to phase 1, this team started off slow, started a little bit too patient, and then they started being a little bit more aggressive. And then after that, it's died down. So it's good to see that these teams that have died down or that haven't really been able to put up insane pop-up performances are at least picking it up here on the last day.
Yeah, this is the last game. The stakes were very low for a lot of teams. However, as we move on to the second page of the match ranking, the stakes were not that low for every team. Yep. Butterfly and BULUC CHABTAN.
Oh.
The fact that Butterfly actually pulled the bridge camp in the blue, they didn't go for the hot drop, but they went for actually the better play of setting yourself up with your equipment, with your understanding of the game state, setting yourself up to just kneecap your opponents.
Yep.
And BULUC go out with 0 points. It was gonna have to be a really, really strong game for BULUC to overtake Butterfly. Butterfly just stopped that from even being a possibility.
Yeah, and the way that Butterfly Effect was able to do that twice, right? Because they did the bridge camp twice. First, they did it on the east. Then they noticed that one player, or at least 2 players from BULUC CHABTAN ended up surviving. So you're like, you know what? I think we know where they're going to be going.
They raced them to the west.
Let's go to the west bridge, and let's camp them, and let's wait for them to come our way. And that's exactly what they needed to do. And I'm glad that they were able to do that, right? Because most of the time, we tend to question teams for not being able to take that approach, not willing to be proactive and stuff like that, taking their future into their own hands. So Butterfly Effect, you know what? I like that. I like that a lot. But you know what? Let's actually take a look at the overall Phase 3 because we're going to be getting some bonus points for some of these teams. Yep. And no surprise to see there in Hyper with 243 points.
Yeah, not as dominant of a lead as they had from Phase 2. They're 7 points behind, and I mean, well, second place in Phase 2 is 150, so Extreme Slayers overpassed that and the NOMADS. But yeah, regardless, we're getting bonus points for their placement here. 10 more bonus points for NHyper, who already had 15, and that's not even considering the seasonal overall bonus points that are going to be jumping NHyper up to 35 bonus points total going into the finals. I think second place is going to have closer to like 15 or 20. So like that, like NHyper going to have a huge lead.
They are, and what I'm just smiling at this graphic because I'm looking at NHyper's elimination points, and if we were to remove NHyper's placement points, they would be better than a lot of teams.
They'd be tied for third. That's ridiculous.
Okay, NHyper, please, I want this type of attitude, this type of performance when we get to the finals, okay? Don't shy away, don't choke, keep it going.
Yeah, but also, just while we're on this first page, shout out to YKG having a huge 180
Yes.
from the first couple of days. It's good to see MEZEXIS up in 4th place. Good to see Super Lazy Reflex up in 5th place. A little higher than actually I expected coming into this. Execute in 8th. That was going to have a good turnaround. Lotus Esports, they slipped a little bit, but still maintained themselves in 9th, which I believe gives them 1 extra bonus points. And then Butterfly Effect in 10th. That's not enough of bonus, but still, their performance that they had, they're ahead of BULUC on this overall ranking, which is sort of like kicking BULUC while they're down. But
It's
just overall, Butterfly had such a good week. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it was an okay week.
Yep.
But in terms of what they needed to do and where they started out, they're not going. I'm just gonna say it. They're not going to qualify to Americas. It would have to be a huge extension of what they've been able to grow so far.
Yep.
But at the very least, they've become an exciting team to watch, and that growth could continue, if not this season, next season in 2024.
Yeah, and I'm with what you said there. I don't think they're going to be able to make it to Americas, but there are a team now that, at least with what we were able to see here, whether it's the awareness, whether it's just being able to be proactive on taking the future on their hands, I feel like some of the other teams need to watch out, because if I'm going to be going into Butterfly Effect, they have shown that they can definitely take on fights. They have shown that they can definitely get those elims, especially this phase. I feel like they made themselves a little bit more aware to the other teams that might have been like, okay, you know what, Butterfly Effect, if they do make it to finals, they might be easy points. That's not going to be the case. By the way, Skills of Mine, you're going to be once again there. 20th place, 46 points. Speed of Fire, K19 at one point, they were within the top 16. They absolutely died down, as we're able to show there in the first graphic of the day. Absolute decline, which sucks because they had almost what it takes to make the finals, but it was just short enough. But you know what? People that have had what it takes, an MVP. And I'm actually intrigued to see who's going to be the MVP for Phase 3.
Well, no, I think we're doing MVP. Are we doing Phase 3?
Yeah,
okay.
Phase 3 first.
I thought we were going. Okay, good, because there's no way I can guess who the MVP of.
No. Don't be looking it up. Don't be looking it up. Put your hands up.
I'm not looking it up. I'm not looking it up. I'm trying to think. For Phase 3,
and
it's still got to be. Yeah, it's still got to be GK first.
I like that.
The kills, even though Kindness is, this is just me guessing, Kindness is still going to be up there and competitive in damage. The elims that GK first has over Kindness, it's like he's got like twice the elims from this phase. It's ridiculous.
You go GK first. I'm
going GK first.
I'm going Kindness. I'm going Kindness. Let's see.
Come on.
Who is it?
Come on. Are we watching the same games? It's GK first. It's GK. It's in his name. He's first.
For this phase.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right there. Bam. Done.
Let's go. 61 elims, by the way. This is great, huh? Having two players that are fighting for that MVP, and Hyper's like, you know what? We can get used to this. And on top of that, GK first, congratulations on getting the MVP for this phase. I hope you continue to show this kind of performance too once we get to finals, because this is a player that's been able to improve over and over again. And if we take it back a little bit more and actually talk about Hyper for a bit, I love that this phase that we're able to bring in FS. They switched him out with Rin. FS was able to perform. They switched him out with Koi as well today, and he was able to perform as well. That's so good to have that kind of depth within that team, that if anybody falls off, which, I mean, we, in reference to what happened with YKG in Phase 2, which Fears wasn't here, and that was a big issue for them because their sub wasn't working. If for some reason, in Hyper, one of their starters, whether it's Rin, whether it's Koi, whoever it is, it's good for them to have that backup player in FS.
Yeah, exactly. But it just, again, because we've been focusing so hard today on that bottom 16.
Yep.
We have to go back to just congratulating and celebrating and just being complete stans of NHyper once again. I know we've been talking about NHyper nonstop this entire week, but they are just that good. And GK first specifically, it was all kindness in the very beginning for NHyper. He was doing all the elims, he was doing all the damage. But we saw a little bit of GK first in Phase 2. Phase 3, it was all about GK first. I'm telling you, I'm looking at the stats right now. The damage is neck and neck. But I don't know how this happens. GK first has 61 eliminations. Kindness in second place, 34. Within NHyper, there are a couple of other teams, a couple other players who have a little more. I think overall elim second place is Baton from MEZEXIS with 40.
Which is
great
too.
That's still a 21. That's 150% the elims of second place. That. GK first is just playing out of his mind.
So now, Cam, the big question becomes, Has GK First done it? Don't be looking at the stats.
Okay.
Which
Okay.
I probably know the answer to this too. Has GK First done enough this phase to pass Kindness in the MVP for the 3 phases, phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3?
Ooh.
I don't feel like he has. Even
I
though
don't,
he
because
did,
again,
he was able
the
to
damage is so close. The damage is so close. The survival time is so close between the two of them of this phase. I don't know if the elims would be enough to overtake.
Yeah.
Kindness had like a solid lead in the first.
You know what? Let's stop
phases,
teasing it. Show us who's the MVP for all
It's
the
gonna
phases.
be close.
It has to be
It's
Kindness.
gonna be close. It's probably, yeah, it's gotta still be Kindness though.
It's gotta be
He's been a
Kindness.
powerhouse from the very beginning.
I think at the start of this phase, didn't he have like something along the lines of 124 elims or something like that? Yeah, 135. There you go, Kindness. Pop off. Why don't you? And what's crazy too, the average survival time. Jesus, man.
Yeah. Just
Ooh.
it's because they've been winning so many times and they get so many podium finishes as well. It's, I mean, Kindness again, a monster, absolute monster. And Hyper, absolute powerhouse team. Multiple powerhouse players on there. In fact, even let's just give some shout out to FS Koi and Bryn. Yeah, they're the more supporting players.
Yes.
But they're still delivering on the numbers when it comes down to it, and they're still doing what they need to do to elevate Kindness and GK First to the point that they need to be. It's really hard in PUBG Mobile or really any battle royale to identify roles within a team and like who is doing what for what benefit. But I can guarantee you, there's no way that NHyper are this good if it wasn't everyone pulling their weight.
Yeah, well, you know what? Head into the finals. I want to see everybody drinking some Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner, because you're going to have to bring it. It's only 3 days. The teams aren't going to have a single game off. They're going to be playing 6 games too instead of 5. Make sure you tune in Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Before we let you go, why don't we show you which teams are actually going to be fighting for that finals, for the top spots? Who's going to be going to Americas? Who are the top 16? You know what? Pull it up because we know pretty much who the top 9 are going to be. I kind of want to see how the ranking worked out too. Okay, YKG by 1 point getting that second place. And this is good because they're going to be able to get an extra point too in regards to bonus points. To remind the viewers, they are going to be getting bonus points in regards to this ranking as well.
Yeah, so the positioning here isn't relevant outside of the bonus points. So I can kind of talk about how that is looking going into the finals here, because like I said, NHyper are currently sitting at 35. Like YKG are at 21, I believe. Extreme Slayers are both at 21, which is a good amount to enter in, but it still pales in comparison. NOMADS with 15, Lotus with 8, Super Lazy Reflex with 6, and down there is just sort of like a couple here and there. But like again, we'll see, because we saw what happened last year, right?
Yep.
Spring.
Yes.
And Hyper YKG didn't actually perform that well in the context of what we're used to, but they still ended up winning because of the bonus points that they got rightfully rewarded because of their performance in the regular season.
Yeah, so just because you got those bonus points, by the way, we'll be deep diving into this in the finals, so make sure you guys tune in Friday early on for the first segment too, because those bonus points, yeah, they are a nice cushion, but they are not guaranteed that you're going to be able to perform well once the actual matches start. Anything can happen here in PUBG Mobile Esports, and there you have it. The top 16 butterfly effect does end up taking that 16th place, and Excuse does end up doing just enough to maintain that 15th place. I feel like that was the biggest question mark, and another question mark that I would like to hopefully be answered here once we do end up going to the finals is what's going to happen when YKG meets BOPE Esports, whether it's in a rotation, whether it's trying to take a compound, whatever it is. That's a fight, even though they're nowhere near in this leaderboard from what Hot Jukes and Sute been able to showcase us. That's a fight that I'm just going to take out that popcorn. I'm going to bring out my monster, and I'm going to be ready for it, because anything can happen when those two meet. Yeah,
I mean, sure, BOPE are 14th, YKG are 2nd place.
Yep.
But what you're recognizing is that nothing is set in stone. And in the domino effect and the butterfly effect, of battle royales is that like things can have a knock-on effect that you're not expecting, and sometimes a team that might be worse than you just has your number when it comes to direct head-to-head. But here are the final 4 positions: BULUC, K19, Speedfire, and Skills of Mind not qualifying to the finals, and it's a noticeable gap between 16th and 17th place. Speedfire still at the bottom, but they actually, I do also want to give a shout out to Speedfire. They had a good performance today.
Yep.
And, you know, they separated themselves enough from Skills of Mind on that leaderboard to at least be notable. We'll see if that continues going forward. That's the last that we're going to be seeing of them here in the fall season. Unfortunately, they now have the off season to figure out what if they're going to go through any roster moves or just stay together. I hope that they do stay together. I do think that teams are sometimes too fast to switch the roster up, but
just another tip besides keeping the roster together. You know, stop ego hot dropping. You know, you stop doing it here at the end. So why keep doing it for such a long time?
They got points by doing it. Okay, it was when they were playing safe that they were like stuck in 20th place. I'm just.
Stop feeding into them, Cam. They're not even going to the finals. What do you mean?
I know. It's like
when you watch
now, and just
when
watch
you watch
grow.
back what you said, you're gonna be raging at yourself.
I never said it's a good idea. That. I'm just recognizing they got the points. Okay. Listen. The world of like top 5 teams and the worlds of like bottom 4 teams are just entirely different realities. So the rules don't always apply equally.
We'll judge you differently depending on where you are on that leaderboard. But before we end the day here, Cam, any final words?
I'm just really excited to watch the finals. I expect NHyper to continue to dominate, but it's fewer games, and teams are here to play. We saw a lot of teams wake up these past couple of days, so they cannot. NHyper cannot go into the finals, thinking it's going to be easy.
Oh, 100%. I mean, we saw, you mentioned it too, you alluded to it, what happened in spring, even though they did have a nice gap with those bonus points, it was still sketchy for them. It was thanks to those bonus points that they were able to finish where they ended up finishing. And for everybody watching at home, make sure you tune in Friday. And leading up to Friday, leading up to those finals, use that hashtag PMPLNA because I want to see some predictions, all right? Who's going to be first, second, who's going to be the top 5, and also who's going to be that team that's just going to continue to hot drop because it's going to happen. It's going to continue to happen. It's NA, after all. A special shout out to the production. A special shout out to this man right here, Cameron Davis, or as some like to know him, Cammy DMC. Love that name.
I just forgot about that. I tried to bury that memory. Okay.
No. It's clipped. It's tweeted out. I've been seeing them. So congratulations for everybody that's been doing that. And a special shout out to the casters as well, Hajux and Sute. I cannot wait to see what's going to happen on the finals. Once again, we'll see you Friday, next Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Tune in because it's going to be explosive and anything can happen here in the PMPL Fall Split.
He does it! He does